Chapter 1866. Guardlord, we failed to assassinate Dugu Xian. He escaped. In the heavenly guest room of Tongfuan, a man in martial attire lowered his head and bowed slightly. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in white standing by the window with a fan in his hand. The middle-aged man remained silent. He continued to look at the scenery by the window as if he didn't hear the voice behind him. The man in martial attire tensed up. Thinking of the ruthless methods this man in front of him usually displayed, a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly said, because at the critical moment, the Wang family's secret guards and Yamen runners rushed over. We had no choice but to retreat. However, Dugu Xian was poisoned by our weapons and hidden weapons. Even if he was saved by the Wang family and the Yamen, he won't live long. Naturally, these words were meant to offend the group of people. Listening to his words, the leader of the group of assassins who tried to assassinate Dugu Xian in the South Alley was undoubtedly him. However, this fellow had kept his head lowered since he entered the room. No one could see his face clearly. They could only vaguely feel that this person was definitely not old. The middle-aged man by the window still didn't speak. He didn't turn around either. An invisible pressure slowly came from his body. The man in martial attire couldn't hold it in anymore. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate was incompetent and couldn't complete the mission. Please punish me, guard lord." "Oh, incompetent? What a good incompetent." The middle-aged man finally turned around. While waving his feather fan, he said in a cold voice, "I've given you 21 experts, and you've already reached the Grandmaster realm. So many people trying to assassinate Dugu Xian, but you still failed? Do you think this is a place to raise trash?" Although the middle-aged man's voice was calm, everyone could hear the anger hidden in his voice. However, he tried his best to control his volume. After all, this was an inn. If he was too loud, it would inevitably alarm the people in the next room. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the man in martial attire's forehead. He hurriedly said, "This subordinate was careless and couldn't kill Dugu Xian immediately. As a result, he was rescued. However, I am confident that no one can cure the poison on my weapons and hidden weapons. At the latest, before the sun sets tomorrow, you will definitely hear the news of Dugu Xian's death." The middle-aged man closed his folding fan and paced 2 steps in front of the window before he said, "All right, I'll believe you one more time. If Dugu Xian doesn't die before the sun sets tomorrow, I'll hold you responsible." "Yes, yes, yes." The man hurriedly agreed. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at him and said with deep meaning, "Xianyi, you should know that we, the wolf guards, never raise trash. Although you are a master of the Grandmaster realm, you always like to do things sloppily. In the long run, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Take a look at Heavenly Eagle, Twilight Wyrm, and Cloud Scorpion. Even though their strengths are slightly inferior to yours, they were able to kill their targets and escape unscathed from the Wang clan's secret guards. This is not the first time they have successfully completed a mission. I hope you remember that we, the Wolf Guard, do not lack experts. What we lack are people who know how to do things. If you want to live, if you want to stand out, then don't make any more mistakes. Do you understand? Xianyi." So this assassin's name was Xianyi. Moreover, from what the middle-aged man had said, it seemed that they all came from an organization called the Wolf Guard. However, almost no one in the world knew what this organization did, who it served when it was founded, or where it was located. However, the middle-aged man's words were biased. If not for this master assassin called Xianyi drawing the attention of the Wang clan's most powerful secret guard, Wang Chenggu, those 3 peak chi transformation assassins would never have been able to successfully kill Kong Chang'an and escape unscathed. Yes, this subordinate understands. Xianyi's body trembled slightly, and then he cupped his fists and replied, "Who would have thought that a master martial artist would bow and scrape before a middle-aged scholar who didn't seem to know any martial arts and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? If this scene were to spread, who knew what the world would make of this middle-aged scholar's identity? Did you reveal your identities during the assassination?" The middle-aged man asked after a moment of silence. Xianyi didn't immediately answer. He paused for a moment before replying, "We did not. This subordinate and the others had our faces covered the entire time. Dugu Xian, the Wang clan's secret guards, and the Yamen runners never saw our faces. In truth, during the assassination attempt, Xianyi and the other assassins had revealed a flaw. They had first spoken in Turkic, and then Xianyi had spoken in Han. This sort of abnormal behavior was certain to have attracted Dugu Xian's attention. However, Xianyi was certain that the poisoned Dugu Xian would die. Moreover, even if the other party grasped this point, they wouldn't be able to find anything, so he didn't mention it. That's good. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Lord Wei, according to this subordinate's investigation, King Wei and Dugu Xian went to Dragon Mountain earlier today, and then they returned to the city. However, after they returned, even more Yanhuang College's teachers and students went to Dragon Mountain. Dugu Xian is currently on the verge of death, and their defenses are at their weakest. Should this subordinate take some men to Dragon Mountain and capture the Yanhuang College's teachers and students? Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Xianyi probed. The reason he was so proactive was that he wanted to find an opportunity to atone for his crimes. Although he had made a solemn vow to the middle-aged man that Dugu Xian would die, he wasn't very confident. Although everyone who had been poisoned by his weapon had died, what if a miracle happened to Dugu Xian? Then he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged man. Rather than that, he might as well make some contributions in advance so that he could atone for his crimes later. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "No. Those Yanhuang College's teachers and students have many of the Northern Yamen's imperial army by their side. The Wang clan's secret guards can't compare to the Northern Yamen's secret guards. Right now, our hidden forces in the city aren't enough to face the imperial army head-on. We must avoid them and find an opportunity in the shadows to act." "Yes," Xianyi replied in a muffled voice. Then he said, "Master Wei, after the 2 assassinations in the morning, Taiyuan City is now under full martial law. Moreover, the Bing Province Barracks has also sent out many troops to search for our whereabouts in the city. Should we move to another place?" The place they were in now was the heavenly guest room of Tongfuan. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but the interior space was also extremely large. There were a total of 4 to 5 rooms including the inner and outer rooms. It was completely like an independent house. Of course, more importantly, Zhu Xiecheng, who was now detained in prison by the government, used to live in this guest room. Therefore, Xianyi suggested that they move to another place to stay. Move to another place? Why do we have to move to another place? The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. Haven't you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Next, the Wang family and the people from the provincial government will definitely focus on the big houses. Even if they search here, they won't be able to find anything. It had to be said that this guy was really brave. Speaking of which, if a normal person wanted to lurk in Taiyuan City and cause trouble, they would definitely rent a remote house to stay. After all, there were too many people in a place like an inn, not to mention that the guest room he was staying in now had just been occupied by a suspect from the government. Xianyi didn't try to persuade him again, but he was a little puzzled. "Master Wei, did we make such a big fuss today just to kill Kong Chang'an and Dugu Xian? Now that the whole city is under martial law, it will be very disadvantageous for our next operation." Only by stirring up the water will the fish come out and swim. Only then will I know where the fish are and where they are going." The middle-aged man waved his feather fan lightly and smiled confidently. "Haha, Kong Chang'an's identity is not as simple as it seems. Now that he died in Taiyuan City under the heavy protection of the Wang family's shadow guards, the ones who will have a headache next are the Taiyuan government and the Wang family, not us. And this is just a test of the fish's purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. But there is no need to test them now, someone has already come to tell us the answer. How interesting, it seems that there are some smart ones in this school of fish." These words were very vague, but Xianyi understood. He asked tentatively, "Master Wei, that person, can we trust him? Will he betray us?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, but after a moment, he smiled faintly. "If he wanted to betray us, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In the end, he and I are the same kind of people who don't want to be trapped in this small Taiyuan city. He is also a smart person. And with him secretly helping us, it will be easier for us to succeed." At this point, the middle-aged man turned to look at Xianyi and said with a serious face, "Go back now and watch over them. Tell them to bury their weapons properly. Be careful for the next 2 days, don't cause any trouble. I will send a messenger pigeon later and inform the Great Khan of the situation here. I believe that the Great Khan will be interested in this matter. We will hide in the city first and wait for an opportunity to move." Messenger pigeon, the Great Khan. The amount of information hidden in the middle-aged man's words was not small. Just the 3 words Great Khan showed that his allegiance was not to the Central Plains, but to the Great Khan of the Turks, Shelley. Not only could this fellow speak fluent Chinese, but he also knew how to send a messenger pigeon. Obviously, he was a man from the Central Plains. Why would a man from the Central Plains work for the Great Khan of the Turks? And his status in the Turks was not low either. Who was this person? There were too many mysteries in this, waiting for Li Tai and the rest to solve. If they could not solve it, it would be difficult for them to complete their mission. Yes. This subordinate obeys. Xianyi bowed and was about to leave when the middle-aged man stopped him. Wait. Xianyi paused and the middle-aged man said lightly, "If there is nothing important in the next 2 days, try not to come here and bother me." "Yes, Master Wei," Xianyi replied and turned to leave. The door creaked open from the inside and then closed from the outside. The room regained its peace, and only the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Creak. After some time, the door was pushed open from the outside again, and a tall man with eyes as bright and spirited as a nighthawk walked in and ran straight into the room. "Master Wei, we just received news that the post house has invited all the famous doctors in the city, including half-immortal Lu from Taiyuan City and Gong Sunliang from Huichan Hall in the north of the city. It is said that the 2 of them are famous miracle doctors around Taiyuan, and they are only slightly inferior to miracle doctor Sun Simiao. Therefore, this subordinate estimates that Du Guoxian might not die." When he saw the middle-aged man sitting on the couch and sipping tea, the tall man quickly bowed and cupped his fists. "All right. I got it." The middle-aged man unhurriedly swallowed the tea in his mouth, then put down the teacup and said lightly, "Xianyi is an idiot. He has good skills but he can't do anything right. He is far inferior to you 3 brothers." When the tall man heard that, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. "Master Wei, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Master Wei and Khan. We will do our best to serve Master Wei." Good. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and said, "Sky Eagle, when this matter is over, I will promote you to be the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards. When I help Khan take over the Central Plains and become the state preceptor, the position of Master Wei will be yours. When that time comes, you will live a life of riches and honor and rest with the country." The tall man was immediately mesmerized by the beautiful future described by the man in front of him, but he came to his senses a moment later and quickly said, "Sky Eagle doesn't dare. There will always be only one Master Wei of the Wolf Guards. Sky Eagle doesn't dare to overstep." The middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled and said, "All right. You can leave now. While you're at it, tell Xianyi this news and let him receive 30 lashes. Tell him that he failed this mission and couldn't kill Du Guoxian. I will let him live for now. If he fails again next time, he won't be so lucky." Actually, it didn't matter to him whether Du Guoxian died or not. What was important was to kill Kong Chang'an. However, it was a good choice for him to use this as a warning to his subordinates. "Yes, Master Wei." The tall man's lips curled slightly, then he cupped his fists and left. What? There was an assassin in Taiyuan City, and Du Guoxian was injured? In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Li Er was in a dilemma for a long time. He first let Empress Zhongsun mentally prepare herself before telling her the information he had just received. When Empress Zhongsun heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. She suddenly stood up and said with a face full of shock, "Doesn't that mean that Qingke is now in great danger in Taiyuan City?" At this moment, Empress Zhongsun almost fainted from fright. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of that dream again. That dream was so real that it made her want to suffocate. Although she tried her best to change it, the reality was developing step by step towards that dream. She could only watch from the side and was powerless to do anything. Chapter 1867. Maid Guanyin, don't panic. Li Er helped Empress Zhongsun back to her seat and softly said, Taiyuan isn't the border. Even if there are villains plotting in the city, they won't be able to do much. The gates of Taiyuan City are tightly shut, and the imperial army and provincial soldiers are protecting it. Qingke will definitely be fine. Unless the enemy leads an army to attack the city, but how could that be possible? If Taiyuan City is attacked, the soldiers of the surrounding provinces will immediately go to reinforce it. Moreover, yesterday we sent Li Junxian to lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan. Based on the time, he shouldn't be far from Taiyuan. With him here, no one will be able to touch Qingke. Maid Guanyin, don't worry. Yesterday, when Li Er had sent a telegram to Li Tai, he had also summoned Li Junxian and had him lead a group of 100 elite cavalry to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai. If they moved quickly enough, they should be able to reach Taiyuan City before nightfall today. The 100 cavalry was Li Er's most elite and secret force, and each of them was a 1 in 10,000 elite. The commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Junxian, was skilled in both martial and civil matters, and he was also resourceful. As a spy, Li Junxian had played a significant role in vanquishing the Heavenly Dragon sect. With him at Li Tai's side, Li Er could not be worried about Li Tai's safety. 100 cavalry? Li Junxian? Empress Zhongsun felt a little better after hearing Li Er's gentle words of comfort, and her breathing gradually stabilized. She sat up straight and looked at Li Er. Is your Majesty's words true? Is Li Junxian really about to reach Taiyuan with 100 cavalry? It was clear that Empress Zhongsun had heard of Li Junxian and was very confident in his abilities. Li Er patted Empress Zhongsun on the back and chuckled. Haha, how could this be false? Besides, when have we ever lied to you? Just relax and don't let your imagination run wild. We promise you that nothing will happen to Qingke. Empress Zhongsun leaned her head against Li Er's chest and said with a light N. The resolute promise of the man in front of her gave her a great sense of security. Her heart, which had been in a mess, finally calmed down. If the Marquis of Yong is by Qingxua's side, then I will truly be at ease. Empress Zhongsun nestled in Li Er's arms, but this thought popped up in her mind for no reason. Although Li Zixuan was strong, he was still much weaker than Li Zixuan. After all, Li Zixuan had managed to escape from the hands of the world's #1 expert, Wu Jia. Moreover, since Li Zixuan's debut, not only had he made many outstanding achievements, but he had also saved himself from many desperate situations. His life was like a cheat code. This was a man of destiny who had the attribute of avoiding danger. As a mother, Empress Zhongsun naturally hoped that the strongest person would be at her son's side to protect him. But as the Empress Zhongsun was not willing to use public resources for private use at this time. This was because Li Zixuan was currently training the Black Armored Army, and the Black Armored Army was his strongest trump card in the upcoming war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Empress Zhongsun did not want her own matters to affect the training of the Black Armored Army, and thus the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Thus, although this was what she thought, Empress Zhongsun did not speak to Li Er. At the same time, to the north of Taiyuan City, in the Bingzhou barracks, Wang Liaoyuan carried the imperial decree in the form of a telegram to Fang Gongting's tent. He first told Fang Gongting about the 2 assassinations that had occurred in the city today, and then he proposed that the soldiers of the Bing province barracks be sent into the city to search for the assassins and maintain order. Adjunct Fang, this official knows that there are rules in the army. Without the personal order of the governor or an imperial decree, no one has the right to mobilize the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. But you should be able to sense that the situation in the city is extremely dangerous. If they even dared to assassinate General Dugu, who can guarantee that their next target won't be King Wei? If anything happens to King Wei in Taiyuan City, no one will be able to endure His Majesty's thunderous rage. Although this official's imperial decree does not have a seal and cannot compare to an imperial decree to mobilize soldiers, this official still hopes that Adjunct Fang can understand the severity of this matter. Do not put King Wei in danger because of a mere formality. Within the tent, Wang Liaoyuan handed the telegram to Wang Liaoyuan and spoke with a solemn expression. His words could be said to be sincere, and Fang Gongting was not an unreasonable person. However, the matter of mobilizing soldiers was of great importance. Moreover, even if he believed that the imperial decree in Wang Liaoyuan's hands was real, and was willing to mobilize soldiers, the other generals in the army might not be willing to believe it. Governor Wang, it is not that this person is a mere formality or unreasonable person, but this imperial decree is first, a promotion, and second, the mobilization of soldiers. This is truly too important. This general is only a member of the army. If I first promote myself and then mobilize soldiers into the city, I fear that it will be difficult to convince the masses. After a moment of thought, Fang Gongting awkwardly cupped his fists toward Wang Lian. In the end, Fang Gongting was only a member of the army. If he used the telegram in Wang Liaoyuan's hands to promote him to commandant, it was inevitable that there would be some discordant voices in the army. This was because ever since the Bing province barracks had stopped the Turkic army at Yanmen Pass and the original commandant Su Tingda had died at Yanmen Pass, many generals in the Bing province barracks had covetously eyed the position of commandant. If Fang Gongting was promoted to commandant in such an unconventional manner, it would truly be difficult to convince the masses. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan's brows furrowed. After some thought he said, "Adjunct Fang, you might not know, but when the Marquis of Yong and came to the Bing province barracks to mobilize soldiers, he did not have an imperial decree. Instead, he had the same telegram as this official right now. Fortunately, the imperial court sent the imperial decree to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon. Otherwise, this official would probably be like you, refusing to mobilize soldiers. Now that the situation is urgent and His Majesty has sent another telegram in carrier pigeon, what reason do you and I have to refuse the imperial decree? Moreover, according to King Wei, the real imperial decree will be sent to Taiyuan through the Wang clan's carrier pigeon this afternoon. If you and I know that His Majesty has given an imperial decree yet don't mobilize soldiers ahead of time, giving the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. If His Majesty pursues this matter, neither of us will be able to bear the responsibility." Wang Liaoyuan's meaning was very simple. If the imperial decree sent by Li Er in the form of a telegram was sent to other places, the officials of other places would naturally have reason to not believe it because they had never seen it before. However, now that the imperial decree was sent to Taiyuan City, they had no reason to not believe it because the same situation had happened once before. Fang Gongting was silent for a moment. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Since Marquis used this method to mobilize soldiers last time, this general naturally has no reason to refuse. How about this? This general will summon all the officers and soldiers. Governor Wang, you will read the imperial edict. But please, for the time being, you will only read the imperial edict regarding the mobilization of the troops. As for the temporary transfer of this general to the commandant, you will have to wait for the official imperial edict before announcing it to the officers and soldiers. In any case, Governor Wang's main goal is to mobilize soldiers into the city. Moreover, when we attacked the Turks in the north last time, most of the soldiers in our Bing province barracks personally participated in the battle. You only need to tell the soldiers how Marquis Yong and mobilized the soldiers last time. This general believes that the soldiers naturally won't dare to disobey. This was a compromise. Right now, the Bing province camp was like a group of dragons without a leader. Although Fang Gongting was the one with the highest prestige, there were still other generals who were on par with him. If he was directly promoted to Bing province commandant in such an abnormal way, it would definitely cause some people to be dissatisfied. Rather than this, it was better to mobilize the soldiers first and wait for the official decree to come before announcing the promotion. This would minimize the variables to the greatest extent. With Wang Liaoyuan's authority and prestige in the Bing province barracks, Fang Gongting believed that it would be easy to achieve his goal if he only used the imperial decree to mobilize the soldiers. Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Governor Fang. Fang Gongting was right. His purpose in coming to the barracks was to mobilize the soldiers. As for the power struggle in the army, he wasn't interested and didn't dare to be interested. This was because Bing province was different from other places. The military power here was controlled by the governor, and had nothing to do with the governor. Governor Wang is too polite. Then this general will go and gather the soldiers. Fang Gongting stood up and cupped his fist. Good. Fang Gongting left the tent and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather at the commander appointment platform. Just as he had expected, when Wang Liaoan took out the telegram and explained that Li Zixuan had used the same procedure to mobilize the soldiers in the Bing province barracks, the soldiers were all convinced of the authenticity of the imperial decree. This was especially true for those soldiers who had accompanied Li Zixuan in stopping Wu Jia and the Turkic Wolf cavalry. In this way, the matter of mobilizing the troops would be completed without a hitch. At 9:15 in the morning, 10,000 soldiers filed out of the Bing province barracks. Under Fang Gongting's lead, these 10,000 soldiers entered Source Peak City and began to search the streets for people with weapons and suspicious identities. The bailiffs of the provincial government, the Wang clan's shadow guards, and the soldiers of the Bing province barracks gathered in the city. For a moment, the atmosphere in the city was unprecedentedly tense. An invisible net was cast over Source Peak City, making it impossible for any hidden faction to hide. At the same time, in the prison of the Bing province barracks, Wang Liaoyuan, Du Gufeng, Li Tai, and Wang Yu, these four representatives of the various factions, were interrogating Zhu Xiecheng. In truth, Li Tai's status as a prince was not suited to enter the prison. The ancient people were mostly superstitious and believed that the yin qi in the prison was heavy and inauspicious. Before entering, Wang Liaoyuan had tried to persuade Li Tai, but Li Tai was eager to understand the truth and insisted on following. No one could do anything about it. Oh. Chapter 1868. Zhu Hongsheng, your real name is Zhu Xiecheng, right? Are you a Turk? In the prison of Taiyuan Prefecture, Wang Liaoyuan, Wang Yu, Du Gufeng, and Li Tai were sitting on the same bench. Wang Liaoyuan slapped the table in front of him and asked Zhu Xiecheng, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. This was a prison, so the conditions here were naturally much simpler than in the court, but no one cared about that. The reason why they chose to interrogate Zhu Xiecheng in the prison instead of in the court was mainly, first, to keep it a secret, and second, to make it more convenient for the punishment. After all, the torture tools in the prison were much more abundant than those in the court. If Zhu Xiecheng refused to tell the truth, Wang Liaoan would immediately send someone to torture him. This was not a place where human rights were concerned. First, this was ancient times. Second, this was a prison. Most importantly, there was a huge crisis lurking in Taiyuan City. Li Tai's life was in great danger, and Zhu Xiecheng happened to be the only person Wang Liaoan had caught who might know the enemy's background. In this case, even if Wang Liaoan killed Zhu Xiecheng, the civil and military officials would not hold Wang Liaoan responsible for anything, let alone human rights. Zhu Xiecheng looked up at Wang Liaoan unhappily and said nothing. Then he lowered his head again. Wang Liaoan stopped breathing and then said angrily, "Humph! Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to hide? Do you still think that someone can save you? Don't forget that when you were taken away from Xuanren Mill, you were attacked on the way. This means that the person behind you wants you to die, not to save you. If you still want to live, then tell me everything you know. Otherwise, Kong Chang'an will most likely end up like you." In fact, Wang Liaoan rarely used harsh punishments when dealing with criminals. When facing Zhu Xiecheng, he instinctively wanted to give him a chance to confess. That was why he said so much. Otherwise, if it was another official who saw this scene, it was very likely that the criminal would be punished severely. As soon as Wang Liaoan finished speaking, Zhu Xiecheng's body clearly trembled. He raised his head and looked at Wang Liaoan and the others. After hesitating for a moment, he stuttered, If I tell you the truth, can I really live?" "Humph! How dare you talk about conditions? If you don't tell me, do you think I won't kill you right now?" Zhu Xiecheng's words angered Du Gufeng, who had just returned from patrolling Dragon Mountain. Dugu was ordered by Li Tai to bring people to Dragon Mountain to protect Mo Chui and the other Yanhuang college teachers and students. However, when he arrived, he found that everything was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The students had already started building and started testing the machines. Du Gufeng and the Imperial Army. Of course he returned. As soon as he returned, he saw Wang Liaoan interrogating Zhu Xiecheng, so he followed Li Tai. His most respected brother had just been assassinated in the morning and almost died. He was still angry, but Zhu Xiecheng was still stammering. Wasn't he trying to provoke him? How could Du Gufeng tolerate this? As he spoke, Du Gufeng had already stood up. He pulled out his sword and was about to teach Zhu Xiecheng a lesson. Zhu Xiecheng was scared out of his wits. He couldn't help but want to run away. At this time Wang Yu grabbed Dugu Feiying and said, "General Dugu, please calm down. Why don't you give this guy a chance? If he doesn't tell the truth, then it won't be too late to beat or kill him." Wang Yu was the head of the Wang family, the provincial governor of Sui province, and the emperor's son-in-law. In addition, when Dugu Feiying went to the Wang family's ancestral home to ask for help, Wang Yu didn't hesitate to send out all of the Wang family's forces to help Dugu Feiying find Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts. Although they didn't find anything after a day of searching, Dugu Feiying had to accept this favor. Therefore, when he heard Wang Yu's words, Dugu Feiying immediately stopped and glared at Zhu Xiecheng fiercely. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell the truth, I'll cut you into pieces." "Humph." Dugu Feiying snorted and returned to his seat. Wang Laon looked at Zhu Xiecheng and said, "I promise you that as long as you tell the truth, I'll do my best to save your life. Can you tell me now?" These two people were playing the good cop and bad cop. After a series of threats and promises of benefits, Zhu Xiecheng's psychological defense was finally broken. "I'm willing to tell you everything. I'm willing to tell you everything. I hope the provincial governor can show mercy and spare my lowly life." Zhu Xiecheng seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He knelt and bowed to Wang Liang. After a while, he calmed down a little and slowly said, I'm Kong Chang'an. I'm from the Zhuxia tribe of the Turkic Khaganate. I've been doing business on the grasslands since I was young." Chapter 1869. Taiyuan City, in the prison of the government office. Under the interrogation of Wang Yu, Dugu Feiying, and the others, Zhu Xiecheng told them everything that had happened after he came to Taiyuan City, including why he had stayed in the same inn, why he and Kong Chang'an had suddenly disappeared from the Chu ironware shop, and how the two of them had escaped the Wang family's pursuit. After everyone heard this, they all frowned. According to Zhu Xiecheng's confession, it meant that there was an invisible black hand in the shadows of Taiyuan City that was manipulating and controlling everything. Moreover, this black hand could be said to be omnipotent. Who is the owner of the house you hid in Xuanren Market? Why was there no one in the house other than the two of you when the Wang family's guards went there? After a long silence, Wang Yu couldn't help but ask. Since he had told them almost everything, Zhu Xiecheng was no longer afraid of the revenge of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he simply confessed everything, replying to "Sir, after Boss Kong and I arrived there according to the mysterious person's instructions yesterday, we found that there was no one living in the house. At that time, the two of us thought that the mysterious person in the E-Temple was lying to us, but at that time the whole city was chasing us, and we had no other place to stay, so we could only go to the backyard suspiciously. We didn't expect that there really was a cellar in the backyard. After we hid in the cellar, we thought that no one would send us food. At night, Boss Kong and I were so hungry that we had no choice but to crawl out of the cellar to look for food. Unexpectedly, at the cellar's exit, we found a food box full of good wine and good food. Obviously, someone deliberately sent it here. Boss Kong and I both felt that the mysterious person didn't lie to us, so the two of us hid in the cellar with peace of mind. Anyway, that place was hidden, and the most important thing was that every meal was sent to the cellar's entrance. We planned to stay in the cellar until Taiyuan City returned to normal, then escape from Taiyuan City. In other words, you haven't seen the owner of this house? And you haven't seen the person who sent you food? Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but frown. No. Zhu Xiecheng quickly shook his head and said, "We plan to climb out of the cellar today and wait for the people who brought us food so that we could thank them in person. However, instead of the people who brought us food, the people who caught us came. You know what happened after that?" This guy spoke fluently, and his gaze was not evasive at all. Obviously, he was telling the truth. Wang Yu turned his gaze to Wang Liang. Wang Liang understood and explained, "This official has already sent people to investigate. The original owner of this house was called Shi Dongyang. He was a grain merchant. However, this person went south to buy grain a year ago. On the way, he encountered bandits and died. Shi Dongyang has no children, nor does he have a wife, so this house has been abandoned since last year." When Wang Yu heard this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. With this lead was broken again. Speaking of which, he had planned to investigate the owner of this house and obtain some information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at it now, his plan was definitely ruined again. Since this house has been abandoned for a long time, How were you two found by the Wang family's guards? It was rare for Dugu Feng to be intelligent. He looked at Zhu Xiecheng and asked a very important question. Chapter 1870. I just went back and checked. The reason why Bai Qing was able to find Zhu Xiecheng hiding in Xuanren Square was not because of himself. Someone sent him a note through a feather arrow when he was patrolling in the south of the city this morning. The content of the note was the person the Wang family is chasing is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Square. Bai Qing followed the note and went to the backyard of the fifth house in the east of the Xuanren Square. As expected, he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an. But in order to take the credit for himself, he lied and said that he found Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an by himself. That's why I was fooled by him. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan, Du Gufeng, and Li Tai were sitting in the back hall of the government office. They were all at a loss. At this time, Wang Yu came in with a sullen face. He cupped his hands and said to the three people in the room. Judging from his tone, it was likely that after he returned to the Wang family alone, the Wang family must have been in a state of chaos. As for the instigator Bai Qing, he would definitely not have a good ending. He would most likely suffer some physical pain. Is there such a thing? Wang Liaoyuan was slightly surprised, but then he felt that it was inappropriate to say that. It seemed like he was rubbing salt on Wang Yu's wound, so he quickly changed the topic and said, So someone deliberately let us know about Zhu Zecheng and Kang Chang'an's news. Who could it be? Everyone in the room was stumped by this question. Wang Yu, Du Gufeng, and Li Tai all frowned and thought about the connection between these clues. At this moment, a person quickly walked in. He bowed to Wang Lan and said, My lord, I've brought people to the Chu family ironware shop. We've searched the entire place. Other than the weapons that are usually displayed for sale, we didn't find a large number of weapons in the warehouse. The person was Constable Feng from the provincial government office. After the interrogation of Zhu Xiecheng, Wang Liaoyuan ordered Constable Feng to go to the Chuji ironware shop to do a more detailed search. Now that this case was related to the smuggling of weapons to the Turks, he had to find out the whereabouts of these weapons no matter what. This way, he could give the imperial court an explanation. No weapons? Okay, this official understands. You may leave first. Wang Liaoyuan frowned slightly and asked Constable Feng to leave. He stroked his beard and said, It seems that Kang Chang'an has already handed over the weapons to the mysterious person behind the scenes. But how is that possible? In Wang Liaoyuan's subconscious mind, since the mysterious person was so cautious, he must have controlled Zhu Xiecheng, Kang Chang'an, and the others to do things for him from afar. Therefore, he naturally thought that Kang Chang'an couldn't have given the weapons to the mysterious person in such a short time. Li Tai said, What's impossible about that? Perhaps the mysterious person behind the scenes is also in Source Peak City right now. Li Tai said something that no one dared to think about. Everyone was shocked. Wang Liaoyuan's hand shook and almost pulled his beard off. He couldn't believe it and said, What? The mysterious man behind the scenes is in Taiyuan now? How is this possible? Wang Yu had always been calm. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Highness' guess seems impossible, but it is the most reasonable explanation for the sudden disappearance of the weapons from the Chu ironware shop. If I were the person behind the scenes, I would probably choose to stay in Source Peak City right now. Not only would it be easier for him to command his subordinates to do things here, but the most dangerous place is also the safest place. In Source Peak City, Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an are covering for him on the surface while he himself is watching from the shadows. It will only be safer. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an are only covering for the person behind the scenes on the surface. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Wang Yu's words. Li Tai couldn't help but say, If that's really the case, then many things can be explained. When Zhu Xiecheng first stepped into the Tang Empire, he was already used as a chess piece to distract us. Although this person seems to have many clues, none of them are directly related to the mysterious person behind the scenes. We can't find any information about the mysterious person through him. Therefore, there is no risk to the mysterious person behind the scenes by using this kind of person to distract himself. 2 days ago, General Feiying brought people to Source Peak City to investigate the hidden dangers in the city in advance. He quickly noticed the suspicious Zhu Xiecheng, which means that the mysterious person's plan was successful. At that time, because of Zhu Xiechong and Kong Chang'an, Source Peak City was in turmoil. However, after Dugu Xine and I entered the city, General Dugu Xine ordered the Imperial Army to focus on protecting the people from the academy and ignore the whereabouts of Zhu Xiechong and Kong Chang'an. As a result, the plan of the mysterious person behind the scenes was completely ruined. The mysterious person was unwilling to give up, so he used a special method to inform the guards of the Wang family about Zhu Xiechong and Kong Chang'an. He wanted to use this to draw our attention back to the two of them. At that time, the two of them had already become the abandoned pawns of the mysterious person behind the scenes. However, it was possible that Kong Chang'an knew the identity of the mysterious person behind the scenes, so he was intercepted and killed on the way back to the Wang family. Zhu Xiechong is just an abandoned pawn who knows everything but knows nothing at the same time. The other party probably gave this guy to us for free, just to attract our attention and waste our time. Li Tai relied on the clues he possessed to his heart's content, and let his imagination run wild. Needless to say, these thoughts of his seemed to be unconstrained, but when one thought about it carefully, it was actually completely reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Because if the matter was really as Li Tai guessed, then the scheming of this mysterious person behind the scenes was so deep, his methods were so secretive, and he was so cunning that it simply caused one to shudder with fear. They had fallen into the trap set by the mysterious person from the very beginning. Your Highness, what you said is reasonable but also creepy. If this is the case, then haven't we all fallen into the mysterious person's trap? Wang Yu frowned and said worriedly. Wang Liaoan said in a low voice, the mysterious person behind the scenes is so cunning. We must catch him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dugu Feiying said with a troubled look. But now that Kong Chang'an is dead, our only clue is gone. How can we find the mysterious person behind the scenes? Chapter 1871. The 9 families of Zhaowu referred to the Sweets and their descendants who came to the Central Plains from China during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Sui dynasty, and the Tang dynasty. Their kings all had the surname Zhaowu. The 9 families of Zhaowu were originally from the Yu family. At the beginning of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu destroyed the Yuezhi and forced them to move west. The Yuezhi tribe, which used to live in Zhaowu, Gansu as their old home, fled west and entered the Sut region of Central Asia. They conquered the local natives and formed a number of city-states. Later on, under the rule of Kuta, they were forced to change their surname to one Winasha. After the decline of Dada, the various city-states regained their independence. Their surname was Zhaowu, forming the Zhaota city-states headed by the Kong kingdom. Among them were Chao Shi Mihi Shi Mu Bai and so on. They were collectively known as the 9 surnames of Zhaowu. In the Tang dynasty they were also known as the 9 surnames of Hu, or simply, Hu. In the west they were known as Sogdians. Later on, some of the 9 families of Zhaowu accepted the rule of the Turks and the Tang dynasty. In the 8th century the country fell to the Arabian Empire. After that, most of the people gradually became Turks and Muslims, becoming one of the modern Uzbeks of Central Asia. A small portion of them scattered among the Tajiks. Although the 9 families of Zhaowu were far weaker than the Turks in terms of fighting ability, their business attribute was much higher than that of any nomadic people in the north. As the Sweet region was the throat of the Silk Road, the 9 families of Zhaowu naturally became a people with a business tradition. To put it bluntly, they became hereditary middlemen, selling China's silk to the West and Western gems and wine to the Tang dynasty. After all, they started as nomads but couldn't beat the Tang dynasty. They could only rely on their mobility to become merchants. Even the technology of making paper was passed to Central Asia by the Kong kingdom. In fact, since the Han and Wei dynasties, this group of Sweets had entered the Central Plains to do business along the Silk Road. However, because the West Jin dynasty was short-lived, the Central Plains was in chaos and they couldn't even take care of themselves. During the Sui and Tang dynasty, the Silk Road gained a new lease of life thanks to the Tang dynasty's open and inclusive policies. This attracted a large number of people from the 9 surnames of Zhaowu to come to the east. According to the Old Book of Tang, the journey of Xinghu, the years follow. After the founding of the Great Tang, many of the 9 families of Zhaowu came to China. Many of them had become wealthy through business. They envied the splendid culture of the Tang Empire and married, and had children in the interior. Gradually they became Chinese, and some of them even formed considerable political forces. For example, the Yan brothers. At the end of the Sui dynasty, the world was in chaos, and Li Gui occupied Liangzhou. In order to recover Liangzhou, and Xingui submitted a memorial to Li Yuan, hoping to persuade Li Gui to surrender and submit to the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan did not agree, so the two of them once again offered a plan and ultimately helped the Tang army to flatten Prince Liang Li Gui, who occupied Heshi. Because of the outstanding contributions of the Yan brothers, and Xingui was conferred the title of Right Marquis Great General, the title of Lianggue Duke of Shangzhou State, the title of Lianggue Duke, the title of 600 households and 10,000 pieces of silk. And Xiuran was also conferred the title of Great General of the Left Martial Marquis, conferred the title of Duke Shun, bestowed upon the Tian residents, and conferred upon 600 households. However, this peace had nothing to do with An Lushan's peace. Although they were all Socrates and had the surname An, this An was like our Lu, Wang, and Li surnames. There were many Socrates with this surname. Not only that, the descendant of the An family, An Baoyu, was later placed in an important position by the famous general Li Guangbi. He contributed a lot in the fight against the An Lushan rebellion, and the imperial court gave him the surname of Li. Li Baoyu's cousin Li Baozhen became the Zheirou Jidushi. In the fight against the rebellion of the Hesua towns, he contributed a lot and was promoted to the position of inspector of the prefectures. The An family could be considered a family of martyrs. In truth, during the An Lushan rebellion, there were many who sacrificed their lives for the sake of bringing sugar. For example, Li Guangbi was a Khitan, a standard who, due to the Tang dynasty's policy of opening up, many foreigners became officials in the imperial court, forming the unique foreign soldiers and generals in the history of the Tang dynasty. The 9 families of Zhao were a power that could not be ignored. In general, the biggest characteristic of the 9 families of Zhao was that they were rich, very rich. Once a person had money, they would think of ways to obtain a certain political position. The 9 families of Zhao were no exception. Other than those who entered the imperial court as officials by chance, a large number of the 9 families of Zhao were doing business in the Tang dynasty while using money to attach themselves to some powerful local forces. Moreover, the 9 families of Zhao were like branches of the same tree. The 9 families of Zhao who were doing business outside the Tang dynasty were surprisingly united. It was not an exaggeration to say that when one side is in trouble, all sides will help. Therefore, the influence of the 9 families of Zhao in the Tang dynasty could not be underestimated. Not to mention that Kong Chang'an was from the Kong Kingdom, the sovereign country of the 9 families of Zhao. Coincidentally, this guy had connections with the royal family of the Kong Kingdom. In this way, Kong Chang'an's death was not just a murder case. It could very well turn into a diplomatic dispute. If the authorities of Taiyuan City could not give a reasonable explanation for Kong Chang'an's death, not only would the Kong Kingdom not leave the matter at that, the Kong Kingdom or the 9 families of Zhao in the Tang dynasty would probably not rest. They might cause endless trouble for the authorities of Taiyuan City. After all, whether it was modern society or feudal society, although money was not omnipotent, it could solve most problems, such as hiring assassins, monopolizing the market, disrupting the prices of goods in the city, and so on. No matter what methods they used, Wang Liayuan and the others would not have it easy. When a group of people was extremely wealthy, even if they didn't have any official position, the influence they had was incomparable to that of ordinary people. Kong Chang'an and Kong Chu were the same. But was the Tang dynasty afraid of the 9 families of Zhao? Obviously not. In terms of overall national strength, even if the 9 families of Zhao were multiplied by 10, they might not be able to defeat the Tang dynasty at its peak. The strength of the 9 families of Zhao did not lie in national strength, but in the soft power of the economy. Not only did they monopolize the trade between the Tang dynasty and the Western countries, but they also controlled the commercial and economic lifelines of many provinces and counties in the Tang dynasty. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. If the Tang dynasty made a move against the 9 families of Zhao, although it could win, it would also suffer great losses. This one was shocked to hear that Brother Kang's ironware shop was suddenly closed down, and that Brother Kong himself had met with an accident. Therefore, I came to the provincial governor's office to ask the provincial governor to uphold justice for Brother Kong and find out who killed Brother Kong. In the back hall of the government office in Taiyuan, Kong Chu naturally saw the shock of Wang Liaoan, Wang Yu and Li Tai, but he did not make a fuss about it. Instead, he calmly cupped his hands and said to Wang Liaoan, Chapter 1872, asking him to leave. Facing Kong Chu, who was being unreasonable, Wang Liaoan decisively asked him to leave. After all, he was an official and represented the Taiyuan government. Kong Chu was just a small merchant from another country in Taiyuan City. What right did he have to question him again and again? Provincial governor, please wait. Wang Liaoan asked Kong Chu to leave, but Kong Chu didn't know what was good for him. He said loudly, Provincial governor, Brother Kong died in Taiyuan City under unknown circumstances. I sincerely hope that provincial governor can allow me to participate in the investigation. On one hand, I can answer to my king. On the other hand, I have many capable people under my command that can help provincial governor solve the case and catch the murderer. Good heavens, this bastard actually wants to participate in the government's investigation? Wang Liaoyuan's face darkened. He said in a low voice, Thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to participate in the investigation. Finding the truth and catching the murderer is the responsibility of the Taiyuan government and me. You don't have to worry about it. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. Don't interfere with the investigation. Wang Liaoan did not care that Kong Chu was using the king of the Kong kingdom to threaten him. It was impossible for Kong Chu to meet the king of the Kong kingdom. Even if he could meet the king of the Kong kingdom and speak to him, Wang Liaoan would not be afraid. That was because the most important thing for the entire Taiyuan officialdom was to eliminate all hidden dangers in the city that were harmful to Li Tai, so as to ensure his safety. Apart from that, there was nothing more important than this. Kong Chu was very dissatisfied. He said, Provincial governor, you don't want me to participate in this case. Is there something else? Or are you confident that you can solve the case in a short time? How dare you? Wang Liaoyuan could not hold it in anymore. He shouted angrily, Why should the provincial governor report to you about the investigation? I am paid by the imperial court. I should share the burden of the Tang emperor. Are you questioning the fairness of the imperial court? Even if the king of the Kong kingdom was here, he wouldn't dare to say such nonsense. If you continue to cause trouble here, this official will definitely charge you with the crime of disrupting the investigation. There was a saying that a weak country had no diplomacy, and Wang Liaoyuan's words were a perfect example. The Tang Empire and the Turkic Empire were both extremely powerful countries in Asia. Although the Kong Empire was good at economics and had strong soft power, its comprehensive national strength was still less than 1/10 of the Tang Empire's. Therefore, Wang Liaoyuan's words were quite forceful. Kong Chu was embarrassed by Wang Liaoyuan's scolding. He bowed and said, Then I request to leave the city. I want to return to Kong country and tell Brother Kang's family about this bad news. Please allow me. Currently, the 4 city gates of Taiyuan were already sealed, which was why he had made such a request. Otherwise, he would have already left the city. Wang Liaoyuan frowned and refused. No. Right now, this official has ordered the city guards to seal the city gates and search for the whereabouts of the assassin who tried to assassinate Kong Chang'an. Before the assassin is caught, no one is allowed to leave the city. If you want to leave Taiyuan, you'd better wait patiently in the city for a few days. Kong Chu said with an ugly face, Brother Kong and I are best friends. Now, I just want to leave the city and return to Kong country to tell Brother Kang's family about the bad news of Brother Kang's death. Why is provincial governor stopping me? Could it be that the provincial governor suspects that I am also an assassin? Chapter 1873. All right. County Magistrate I have already sent out everything that you wanted to report to my husband. Lantian County Yong'an Marquis Manor, Main Hall. Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Madam Li, and County Magistrate He were all in the hall. However, Han Yushi was sitting at the table at the head of the hall, and in front of her was a large box. At this moment, Han Yushi stood up and spoke to County Magistrate He. This was the imperial edict that had been sent out this morning. Just as all the officials of Lantian County were in a dilemma and were at their wits' end, County Magistrate he personally visited the Marquis Manor and requested Han Yushi to inform Li Zishuan, who was in the military camp, of the current situation in the county office through the telegraph. Han Yushi was, after all, a married woman. Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it wasn't liberal to the point of allowing men outside to meet their wives alone. Therefore, after knowing the purpose of County Magistrate He's visit, Han Yushi personally moved the telegraph from her room to the main hall while instructing the maidservants to invite Li Jingma and Madame Li to the main hall of the Marquis Manor. On the surface it was to accompany them, but in reality it was to avoid suspicion. "Thank you, madam. This official and all the officials in the county office are extremely grateful." County Magistrate he stood up and bowed respectfully to Han Yushi from afar. However, he didn't have any intention of leaving because he still had to wait for Li Zishuan's reply. Han Yushi pursed her lips and chuckled. "County Magistrate he is too serious. My husband isn't in the county, so I still have to trouble you to help my husband manage Lantian County. Furthermore, my husband didn't consider it thoroughly, and should have prepared a telegraph for the Lantian County office." When County Magistrate he heard this he blushed and said, "Cough cough. Madam, you must be joking. Even if Marquis prepared a telegraph for the county office, no one in the county office would know how to use it." He was a scholar and had studied the 4 books and 5 classics. After Li Zishuan took over Lantian County, he worked under Li Zishuan. Although he had received many new ideas and knowledge, he still felt that he couldn't handle a new thing like the telegraph that required a higher professional knowledge. "County Magistrate you are too modest." Han Yushi smiled faintly, then bowed to Li Jingma and Madame Li and said, "Father, Mother, there are still some matters in the backyard, so Yushi will be busy first. I'll have to trouble you to accompany County Magistrate Just now, County Magistrate he's report involves a lot of things. I think my husband will have to think for a while before replying. When the time comes, you can just send someone to the backyard to call me." Han Yushi's thoughts were still relatively conservative. She did not want to get too involved in official matters. Moreover, she felt that it would be rather awkward for her to continue staying here, so she found an excuse to leave. Li Jingma nodded and replied, "Good, good, good. Go ahead and do your work." County Magistrate he cupped his hands and sent him off. Black Armored Army's camp, inside the tent. After receiving the telegram that County Magistrate he entrusted Han Yushi to send, Li Zishuan was in a dilemma. Just as County Magistrate he said, if Lantian County's government responded to the Imperial Court's reward policy, Lantian County's business tax revenue would be greatly reduced this year. There was a high probability that they would lose more than half of their business tax revenue. Furthermore, Lantian County was currently in a period of rapid development. Many of the infrastructure in the city were not complete, so they needed a large amount of money to invest in infrastructure. If the business tax revenue was pulled down, it would directly affect Lantian County's development progress. However, if Lantian County's government insisted on its own governance and did not implement the preferential tax policy, the merchants in the county, especially those who attended the donation ceremony yesterday, would definitely feel disappointed. This would not be beneficial to Lantian County's business development. Money, money, money. In the end, it's still a matter of money. Li Zishuan furrowed his brows and paced back and forth in the tent in frustration. In the end, this matter was still a matter of money. If the Lantian County Yamen had a lot of money, they wouldn't have this problem at all. Then give them a discount? What was there to be troubled about? But the problem was that the government had no money now. Before entering the military camp, Li Zishuan had heard County Magistrate he mentioned that the expansion of the city and the laying of electric wires in the city would require a large sum of money. The government had already borrowed a few thousand strings of coins from the Yanhuang Bank and planned to return the money after the taxes were collected. However, now that Li Er's imperial edict was out, if Lantian County followed the imperial edict, Lantian County's government might not be able to repay the debt owed by the Yanhuang Bank this year. If it was Li Zishuan's financial situation in the past, he would definitely be able to help Lantian County's government out of its financial predicament. Why was it in the past? It was because after a few times of squandering, building the medical school, building the protective mountain formation of Yunshan, creating armor and equipment for the Black Armored Army for free, etc., Li Zishuan did not have much cash on hand. This might sound unbelievable, but it was the truth. But then again, even if Li Zishuan had the ability and capital to help Lantian County's government get out of its financial predicament, he would not directly use his own personal funds to make up for the government's financial deficit. This was because a few months ago, Li Zishuan had already made Lantian County's government independent of its finances. The taxes collected by the government did not have to be handed over to him. Similarly, when the government needed a large amount of money to build infrastructure, roads, bridges, schools, medical centers, etc., they could not ask him for help. Money, money, money. That's right. Isn't this a matter of money? If I don't have money, I can find someone to build it for me. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Zishuan's mind, and he thought of a plan that could satisfy both sides, and that was beep, 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 beep. As soon as he thought of it, Li Zishuan immediately returned to the table and started to operate the telegraph machine to send a telegram. After a short wait, someone finally responded. Li Zishuan hurriedly sent his idea in the form of a coded message. Order: Lantian County's government will fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in the city. As for the government's financial shortfall this year, with the Marquis and Lantian County's government's name and credit as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The term of the loan will be 2 years. As for the interest rate, you can discuss it with the King of Shu. This 50,000 strings of cash will be used for the reconstruction of Lantian County's infrastructure, the expansion of the city walls, and the laying of electric wires. Every expenditure must be recorded in detail, and no one is allowed to embezzle it. When the reconstruction of the city is completed and the business environment is greatly improved, I believe that Lantian County's business will become even more prosperous. When that time comes, a mere 50,000 strings of cash will definitely be paid off in less than 2 years. This last paragraph was mainly to dispel County Magistrate He's concerns. Otherwise, with County Magistrate He's cautious personality, he would definitely not dare to borrow such a large sum of money from Yanhuang Bank. That's right, Li Zishuan was planning to follow the path of rapid development in most modern cities. That was, the government would invest heavily in infrastructure. On one hand, it would expand domestic demand, because infrastructure required the support of many upstream and downstream industrial chains, as well as many workers. On the other hand, it would improve the city's infrastructure. In fact, it was mainly the transportation facilities that would drive the development of various industries in the city. Chapter 1874. Marquis has ordered us to follow His Majesty's decree and implement preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county government's financial shortfall this year, we will use the name and credit of Marquis and Lantian County government as a guarantee to apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate he did not dare to delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis mansion and returned to the county government. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Officer Wang and the rest to the back hall of the county government and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. After he finished speaking, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money, when will our county government be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang could not help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county government has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county government through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Officer Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate will definitely not be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years, including the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank?" If it were not for Li Zishuan's strong character, County Officer Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Tang Imperial Court, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zishuan's decision, All the officials in the county government, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, county deputy Meng and the rest had a really low mentality. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was endorsed by the official credibility. Seeing that everyone was against it, even though Wang Liaoan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still tried to persuade them. Oh, Marquis ordered us to fully comply with His Majesty's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the County Yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credit of Marquis and the Lantian County Yamen as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank for 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate He didn't dare delay any further. He immediately left the Marquis of Yong'an's manor and returned to the county Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others to the back hall of the county Yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? When will our county Yamen be able to repay such a huge sum of money?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county Yamen through the major projects in front of us. Furthermore, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county Yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, county deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to repay it? They were all worried that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to repay the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility as their endorsement. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoan had the same opinion as them at the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the county Yamen's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as a guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang, and the others again in the back hall of the county Yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. After he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? When will our county Yamen be able to pay back so much money?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county Yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to support the county Yamen through a few big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank? If it weren't for Li Zixuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to get business for Yanhuang Bank. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the imperial court of Tang Empire, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the others' thinking was really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the borrowed money was not enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zixuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, County Lieutenant Wang and the others in the back hall of the county yamen, and announced Li Zixuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money, when can our county yamen pay it back?" County Lieutenant Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county yamen pay for the big projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once, and for such a long time, Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back." County Lieutenant Wang also agreed and added, "Even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. If we borrow 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years with the interest, how much money do we have to repay Yanhuang Bank?" If it weren't for Li Zixuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zixuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the imperial court of Tang Empire, Li Zixuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Faced with Li Zixuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they worried about was that the money they borrowed was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoyuan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully follow the emperor's decree and implement the corresponding preferential business tax policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial gap this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zixuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, county magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the county yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang and the others in the back hall of the county yamen, and announced Li Zixuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, all the officials in the room were shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money, when will our county yamen be able to pay it back?" Registrar Zhang also couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that another 30,000 strings of cash will be enough to help the county yamen through the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it back. County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it back, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years. With the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank? If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was already under the control of the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. In the face of Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would be worried about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? What they were worried about was that the borrowed money wasn't enough to complete the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. It was backed by the government's credibility. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it, although Wang Liaoan had the same opinion as them in the beginning, he still advised. Marquis ordered us to fully comply with the Emperor's decree and implement the corresponding business tax preferential policies in Lantian County. As for the county yamen's financial shortfall this year, with the name and credibility of Marquis and Lantian County Yamen as the guarantee, we will apply for a long-term loan of 50,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. The loan period is 2 years. After receiving Li Zishuan's reply and instructions from the telegraph, County Magistrate He didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately left Marquis Mansion and returned to the County Yamen. He gathered County Deputy Meng, Registrar Zhang, County Lieutenant Wang and the others in the back hall of the County Yamen and announced Li Zishuan's decision on the spot. As soon as he finished, the officials in the room were all shocked. County Deputy Meng even exclaimed, "Borrow 50,000 strings of cash? So much money, when can our county yamen pay it back?" Registrar Zhang couldn't help but say, "Isn't 50,000 strings of cash a little too much? Our county yamen has already borrowed 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash from Yanhuang Bank. I feel that if we borrow 30,000 strings of cash at most, it will be enough to help the county yamen pay for the major projects in front of us. Moreover, we are borrowing so much at once and for such a long time. Yanhuang Bank may not be willing to lend it to us." County Lieutenant Wang also deeply agreed. He even added, even if Yanhuang Bank is willing to lend it, the interest rate won't be low. 50,000 strings of cash for 2 years with the interest, how much money do we have to pay back to Yanhuang Bank? If it weren't for Li Zishuan's tough character, County Lieutenant Wang would have suspected that Li Zishuan made this decision on purpose to help Yanhuang Bank get business. Although Yanhuang Bank was controlled by the Imperial Court of Tang Empire, Li Zishuan, the founder, still had a lot of shares in it. Facing Li Zishuan's decision, all the officials in the county yamen, except for county magistrate He, had almost the same reaction. It had to be said that as people in the government, County Deputy Meng and the other officials' thoughts were really low. If this was in modern times, who would worry about borrowing too much money from the bank and not being able to pay it back? They were worried that the borrowed money was not enough to pay for the infrastructure projects in the city. As for not being able to pay back the money, it was impossible. They had the government's credibility to back them up. Seeing that everyone was unanimously against it as expected, Wang Liaoan had the same opinion as them at the beginning, but now he still persuaded them, yes. Chapter 1875. When Li Zishuan returned to the drill ground, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were doing arm strength training, which was push-ups and pull-ups. Today, the soldiers were used to these 2 arm strength training methods, and the training standard had slowly increased from 100 push-ups and 15 pull-ups per soldier to 150 push-ups and 25 pull-ups per soldier. The training volume had increased by 50%. Everyone's body potential was limitless, and as the training continued, the potential would gradually increase, but the speed of increase was not linear. Normally, the speed of increase would be faster at the beginning, and the speed of increase would be slower towards the end. Therefore, at the beginning of the training, It was necessary to increase the training volume for the soldiers in a timely and reasonable manner according to the training situation of the soldiers. 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 88. Li Zixuan walked to the side of the training ground of the Wu Battalion and listened to the counting sounds. Suddenly, he heard a particularly discordant sound, and he couldn't help but stop walking. Looking at the burly man beside him who was counting, Li Zixuan's mouth twitched, and he stepped forward and kicked the burly man's leg and scolded angrily. "Is it 88 after 82? Wang Rong, do you know how to count?" This burly man was the sergeant, squad leader, of the first squad of the Wu Battalion. Wang Rong and Ding Dali, who helped Zhang Kongnian to incite the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under him. At this moment, he was supervising the soldiers doing push-ups and helping to count at the side. Ever since that incident, Wang Rong felt that he had wronged Li Zixuan. From his point of view, Li Zixuan was a great benefactor to his hometown, but his soldiers actually did such a thing. As a squad leader, although he didn't participate in it personally, he was responsible for not being strict with his subordinates. Wang Rong had always felt guilty towards Li Zixuan. Recently, under his supervision and urging, the soldiers in his squad had been training very hard, and he had never fallen behind in his own training, and the training volume he set for himself was twice that of a normal soldier. However, Wang Rong was a boorish man through and through. Not to mention going to school, he didn't even know how to write, let alone know how to count. He had no problem counting in the single digits, but when the number was large, he didn't even know where he was counting to. Li Zixuan was an engineering nerd in his previous life, but after he traveled to Tang, he started his career as a mathematics teacher. As a mathematics teacher, how could he tolerate the fact that there were people around him who couldn't count? He joined the army. You're here. Wang Rong was kicked for no reason, but he wasn't angry at all because the person who kicked him was Li Zixuan. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly at Li Zixuan. That I really don't know how to count. It's okay if it's a small number, but if it's a large number, then, please forgive me, join the army. Wang Rong spoke in a dignified manner, but the soldiers of the first unit of the Wu Battalion lowered their heads and tried to hold back their laughter. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "If you don't know how to count, then count separately. 150, divide it into 3 counts, and count 50 each time. Otherwise, if you count like that, you'll get 8 out of 10 people wrong." Wang Rong's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Divide it into 3 counts? That's a good idea. Join the army, you're indeed a literary star." Chapter 1876. I see. On the drill ground, Sun Jiping was suddenly enlightened. If the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion are only putting on a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good men of my great Tang. I would rather have them suffer some injuries during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the 2nd Battalion soldiers put in as much effort as ours in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for ours. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they do not have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That is why I said that the 2nd Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but they did not learn the essence. And because of their blind learning, it has disrupted their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be bad news." After listening to Li Zixuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In these few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with the highest quality." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured. But there is something I need to tell you. These few days, the soldiers have indeed been training very hard. You and I have seen it with our own eyes. But just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, those who have done well should be rewarded, and those who have done wrong should be punished. Although it is only training now and they have not gone to the battlefield, but for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard. Sun Jiping frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean, how should we reward the soldiers?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion, not the general of the Black Armored Army. He did not have much authority in this aspect regarding rewards, so he could only ask Li Zixuan for advice. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? In the next few days, Jiping, pay attention to the soldiers who have been training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a group of outstanding soldiers who have outstanding training and record them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, he can be promoted to a deputy general. If he is already a squad leader, then he can be promoted to deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the camp during peacetime. During wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to take down the enemy's most elite and hard to take down forces on the battlefield." Special assault team. Hearing this new term from Li Zixuan's mouth, Sun Jiping was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it carefully for a while, he roughly understood what kind of existence the so-called special forces were. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said solemnly, "This general obeys." "I see." On the drill ground, Sun Jiping suddenly realized what was going on. If the soldiers of the B Battalion are just putting up a show during their daily combat training, then in tomorrow's combat competition, their results will definitely not be as good as ours. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, "This is why I've always requested the soldiers to conduct their daily training with the mentality of actual combat. They are all good soldiers of the Tang Empire. I would rather they get injured during training than lose their lives on the battlefield. Also, even if the soldiers of the B Battalion put in as much effort as our soldiers in their daily combat training, they will still not be a match for our soldiers. Because they have only learned half of the training methods from the new drill manual, they have only learned the superficial combat training. Like push-ups, pull-ups and other basic auxiliary training, they have not done them at all. For a martial artist, if they don't have strong arm strength and stamina, how can they beat an opponent of the same level? That's why I said that the B Battalion only learned the form of our training methods, but not the essence. And because of their blind learning, it messed up their original training rhythm, and it is very likely that their original advantage in traditional military formations will gradually disappear. For us, this may not be a bad news." After listening to Li Zixuan's analysis, Sun Jiping suddenly felt more confident about tomorrow's combat competition and the military competition 3 days later. He smiled and said, "You are right. In the next few days, I will keep an eye on the soldiers and urge them to complete all the training tasks with quality and quantity." Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "With you here in the E Battalion, I can rest assured. But there is something that I need to tell you. In the past few days, the soldiers have been training very hard. You and I have seen it with our own eyes. But just looking at it is not enough. As the saying goes, one should be rewarded for meritorious deeds, and one should be punished for wrongdoings. Although it is only training now and not going to the battlefield, but for those who have trained hard and achieved outstanding results, we should still give appropriate rewards. Otherwise, as time goes by, the soldiers may lose the motivation to train hard." Sun Jiping frowned and asked with some confusion, "How should we reward the soldiers according to your idea?" He was only the lieutenant of the E Battalion, and not the general of the Black Armored Army. Regarding the rewards for the soldiers, he did not have much authority in this aspect, so he could only ask Li Zixuan for advice. Li Zixuan frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? For the next few days, Jiping, pay close attention to the soldiers who are training unusually hard. I want you to pick out a batch of outstanding soldiers and record all of them in a book. If he is a normal soldier, you can promote him to a deputy general of a team. If he is already a squad leader, you can promote him to a deputy general of a battalion. These selected soldiers will lead the training of the brothers in the battalion during normal times, but during wartime, I need them to form a special assault team. I want them to specifically take down the most elite and difficult force of the enemy on the battlefield." Special assault team. Sun Jiping was startled when he suddenly heard a new term from Li Zixuan. After thinking about it carefully for a while, He roughly understood what kind of existence the special assault team mentioned by Li Zixuan was. After a moment of silence, Sun Jiping cupped his hands and said seriously, "Yes, sir." Chapter 1877. Reporting to the provincial governor and Your Highness King of Wei, this subordinate followed Kong Chu all the way to Jining Square in the west of the city and didn't find anything strange about him. I also didn't see him come into contact with anyone on the way. This subordinate had people hide near his residence and secretly observe. If there is any news, report it immediately. Taiyuan City. Back hall of the provincial governor's mansion. Constable Feng strode in from outside and cupped his fists to Wang Laoan and Li Tai. At this time only Wang Laoan and Li Tai were left in the room. As for Du Gufeng, he took the weapons scattered by the assassins in the morning and worked with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks to search for the assassins in the city. Wang Yu naturally had to return to the Wang family to make some arrangements. After all, in terms of searching for people, especially in Taiyuan City, the Wang family's ability and strength were not inferior to the government. The reason why Li Tai hadn't left yet was mainly to wait for news from the people who followed Kong Chu. Wang Laoan frowned and asked, "You're saying that Kong Chu has a residence in Jining Square?" "Yes," Constable Feng replied. Wang Laoan continued to ask, "Did you find out when he started doing business in Taiyuan City?" Constable Feng cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate found out that Kong Chu came to Taiyuan City 3 years ago. He opened a treasure shop in the city that specializes in selling gems and pearls. In recent years business has been good, and he's an honest person. Last year he married a local wife. The woman is the daughter of a country squire from outside Taiyuan City. Her name is Su Xiuhe. After the two of them got married they were very loving. Nothing out of the ordinary happened." Wang Liaoyuan frowned and didn't say anything. Li Tai asked, "Did you ask Kong Chu's neighbors if any strangers came looking for him, or sent him a letter today?" Constable Feng nodded and said, "Your Highness, this subordinate asked an auntie who sells pancakes in front of the Kong residence. She said that in the Kong residence today, other than Kong Chu, there was only an old farmer who carried vegetables in. No one else came in or out of the Kong residence." "An old farmer who delivered vegetables?" Li Tai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, "What is this old farmer's background? Have you checked?" Constable Feng had obviously done his work well this time. He cupped his fists and replied, "I've asked around. This old farmer is a farmer from Nanha village outside the city. He has a son who lives in the city. He just moved into the city this year and stayed with his son. Basically, he would send vegetables to Kong Chu's house every few days. There's nothing unusual about him." Hearing this, Li Tai couldn't help but frown in silence. Seeing this, Wang Laoan waved his hand at Constable Feng and said, "You did a good job. You can leave now. I have something important to discuss with His Highness." "Here." Constable Feng cupped his fists, bowed and left. Li Tai raised his head and looked at Wang Laoan. "Provincial Governor Wang, I still think there's something wrong with Kong Chu. Have someone keep an eye on Kong Chu. Report to me as soon as you find anything strange." Although Kong Chu looked normal on the surface, Li Tai's intuition told him that Kong Chu was definitely hiding something. Wang Liaoyuan had been an official for so many years, so he was still alert. He also felt that there was something wrong with Kong Chu. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." Li Tai nodded and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll leave this to Provincial Governor Wang. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Although Dugu Xian had been assassinated and the hidden assassin in the city hadn't been caught, the Academy's task of building a relay station still had to continue. It might even have to be sped up. This was because Li Tai didn't know how many more obstacles he would face. He wanted to be as quick as possible. Otherwise, he might not be able to complete the task in 2 months. Wang Liaoan's heart skipped a beat as he cupped his fists. The hidden danger in the city hasn't been dealt with yet. It's best if Your Highness doesn't go out for the next few days. If Your Highness insists on heading to Dragon Mountain, you can bring the Imperial Guards and the Bing Province barrack soldiers along. Clearly, Wang Liaoan could tell that Li Tai wouldn't stop because of the assassin, so he reminded him. Li Tai nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll be careful." With that, Li Tai put his hands behind his back and walked out the door. Taiyuan City was destined to not be peaceful today. In fact, Taiyuan City hadn't been peaceful for the past 2 days. Yesterday, the Wang family's forces on the surface and in the dark had been searching for Zhu Xiachang and Kong Chang'an in the city. Yesterday, Taiyuan City was buzzing with activity. Today, the 10,000 soldiers of the Bing Province barracks were scattered in every corner of Taiyuan City, searching for something from house to house. After these soldiers entered the houses of the commoners, they didn't ask anything and directly searched the houses. The houses of the butchers and hunters were the main targets of the search. The sabers, arrows, and other weapons hidden in their houses were all found by the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. Then, one of the soldiers took out a blueprint from his bosom. On the blueprint there were drawings of various weapons. The weapons were also engraved with a special pattern. The soldier looked at the weapons found in the houses of the commoners while looking at the blueprint in his hand, as if he was comparing them. After the comparison was completed, if there were no abnormalities, the soldiers would withdraw without a word. If the weapon found was similar to the weapon pattern on the blueprint, the owner of the house would be arrested and sent directly to the provincial governor's manor. Taiyuan City had a total of 56 houses, with a population of more than 400,000 people. For 10,000 soldiers to search from house to house, this project was no small matter. This was the beginning of the Tang dynasty, and the military discipline of the Tang army was very strict. The Bing Province barracks was the most powerful barracks in the north of the Great Tang, so its military discipline was naturally very strict. Although the soldiers were searching from house to house, they were very disciplined. Generally, the owners of the houses would gather the women in one place before they entered to search. Thus, although the search of the soldiers caused some inconvenience to the lives of the commoners, on the whole, the commoners of Taiyuan City mostly supported the soldiers' work. Of course, there were always exceptions to everything. Not everyone was willing to cooperate with the search. Some of the rich and powerful families in the city were often unwilling to let the soldiers go in and search. After all, they were all big families and businesses. If the soldiers went in and damaged something during the search, the losses would be great. Moreover, the great clans had many secrets. If the soldiers discovered something shameful about the owners of the houses during the search, wouldn't they suffer a great loss? Thus, when the owners of the great clans heard that the soldiers were coming to search, they couldn't help but order their servants to stop them. However, the search warrant today was jointly issued by the Bing Province Provincial Governor Wang Liaoyuan and the Bing Province Barracks Commandant Fang Gongting, the two highest-ranking military and political officials in Bing Province. The soldiers would carry out this search warrant unconditionally. The servants and guards of the great clans who wanted to stop the search were all knocked to the ground. If the owners of the houses still didn't know what was good for them, they would be arrested and sent to the provincial governor's manor along with those who had hidden suspicious weapons in their houses. Thus, for a moment, Taiyuan City could be said to be in chaos. At the same time, Longshan seemed to be completely unaffected by Taiyuan City. According to the division of tasks that Li Tai had assigned in the morning, the members of the 5th and 6th teams took out measuring tools and began to survey the buildings of the Longshan Boy Temple. The measuring tools they took were all from Yanhuang College. At the beginning of this year, the Academy officially established the 2nd and 3rd Trump Card Project. The 2nd Trump Card Project was to improve the telegraph and increase the transmission distance of telegrams. The 3rd Trump Card Project was mainly to establish measurement standards and make standard measuring tools. After nearly half a year of hard work, the Academy had not only established its own measurement standards committee to establish unit standards for some new physical quantities, but also worked together with the workshop of the Interesting Pavilion to produce a batch of precision measuring instruments. These instruments would provide a standard reference for all similar instruments in the future, and they would be calibrated as soon as they changed. The measuring instruments held by the students on Longshan included a ruler, a large triangular ruler, and even a tape measure. The units of these measuring instruments were not the inch, qi, or zhang commonly used in the Tang Empire, but the new units proposed by the Measurement Standards Committee of the Academy according to Li Zishuan's idea: millimeter, centimeter, decimeter, and meter. Although 1 centimeter of these measuring instruments was not strictly equal to 1 centimeter of modern measuring instruments, it was not important. In ancient times, if one wanted to make precision production, the ancient measurement units had to be subdivided. At this time, the smallest unit of length was 1 inch, about 333 centimeters, which obviously could not meet the requirements of precision production. Thus, Li Zixuan not only proposed millimeters, but also smaller units such as microns. The Academy was currently making more precise measuring instruments such as vernier calipers. Mr. Mo, we have finished measuring the inside and outside of the boys' temple. We think that the height here can meet the requirements of the construction of the telegraph relay station. We can even directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor of the boys' temple. In this way, we don't need to build an additional high platform for the telegraph relay station, and we can save a lot of time. Near noon, the 8 students of the 5th and 6th groups found Mo Chue. One of the students handed the drawing in his hand to Mo Chue and reported seriously. Mo Chue took the drawing and looked at it carefully. The students had drawn the structure of the boys' temple according to a certain scale when they were surveying the area. They had marked the dimensions of the key areas. Those who knew the new engineering drawing method invented by Li Zixuan would be able to understand it at a glance. Yes. Very good. Your judgment is right. Based on the height of the boys' temple and Dragon Mountain, it is completely feasible to build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor. But where should we put the generator? Have you thought about Peng Sheng? After glancing through the drawing, Mo Chue nodded with a look of approval. Then he asked another question. The telegraph machine needed electricity, and the telegraph relay station naturally needed electricity as well. And they definitely couldn't use batteries. After all, batteries could only provide limited endurance, so they could only place their hopes on a small power station. The construction of a hydroelectric power station required a lot of time and effort, so they had brought a small thermal power station from the academy. This was the first thermal power station in the history of the Tang Empire. Replying to Mr. Mo regarding the thermal power station, it definitely can't be placed in a room, or else it will easily catch fire. We think that it should be placed in the backyard north of the boys' temple. The space there is spacious, and it is convenient for the Imperial Army to guard it. It is safer than placing it outside the boys' temple. The student named Peng Sheng replied. Yes. You have considered it very thoroughly. Hearing this, Mo Chue nodded and praised. Since that's the case, immediately inform the members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th groups to start preparing to build the thermal power station. When the time comes, remember to measure and adjust the voltage. Otherwise, if the voltage is too high, it will easily burn our machines. Yes. Peng Sheng and the others nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Mo Chue, how is the situation here? At this moment, Li Tai had also arrived at Dragon Mountain and walked up to Mo Chue's side to ask this question. After leaving the provincial governor's residence, he did not even return to the courier station. Instead, he rushed straight to Dragon Mountain with a dozen Imperial Army guards. At present, Taiyuan City was filled with soldiers from the Bing province barracks. Li Tai was not worried that they would jump out to assassinate him at this time. If that really happened, he would be relieved. This was because although the Imperial Army around him was few in number, they were all highly skilled in martial arts. Even if they could not immediately defeat him, they could temporarily delay him. As long as they could delay him for a while, the soldiers in the city would definitely rush over to arrest him. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Mo Chue was startled and quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Tai, he sighed in relief and said, Peng Sheng and the others have completed the survey. We all think that we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor of the Boy Temple. At this moment, I have Jia Jiayin and Li Yan lead people to build a thermal power station in the backyard of the Boy Temple. Hearing this, Li Tai's expression was faintly excited. Good. It would be best if we can directly build the telegraph relay station in the meditation room on the second floor of the Boy Temple. This way we can save a lot of work and a lot of time. However, this thermal power station was only a preliminary success in the workshop. Now that we want to put it into practical use, I'm afraid there will be some problems in the process. For the next 2 days, let's focus on making the thermal power station run smoothly. Qing'e, your worries are not without reason. We'll do as you say. After we switch the thermal power generator this time, it will save us a lot of trouble next time. Mo Chue nodded. Then he frowned and asked with a worried expression. By the way, Qing'e, How is General Dugu's situation now? In the morning when he, Li Tai, Dugu Feiying, and the others went to Dragon Mountain, they were chased back by the Imperial Army. Therefore, Mo Chue knew about the assassination of Dugu Exine. However, to avoid causing panic, he did not tell the rest of the students. Chapter 1878. General Dugu has been poisoned. Fortunately, there is a doctor in Source Peak City with excellent medical skills. The poison in General Dugu's body was removed, and he is now out of danger. On Dragon Mountain, Li Tai's face was solemn as he spoke to Mo Chue. Poisoned? Is it that serious? It seems that the assassins came prepared and wanted to kill General Dugu. Source Peak City doesn't look safe. We must be more careful. Mo Chue's face turned cold when he heard this. Mo Chue was naturally clearly aware of how important Dugu Exine was to this group. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Dugu Exine was the guardian of their group. If Dugu Exine was killed, then the possibility of them returning safely from this trip to the north was extremely small. They had just arrived in Source Peak City and Dugu Exine had been assassinated. Moreover, the other party had directly tried to kill Dugu Exine. It was hard to believe that the assassin's next move was not targeting them, so Mo Chue's heart was now filled with vigilance. Li Tai understood the meaning behind Mo Chue's words. He nodded and said, "The current Source Peak City is indeed treacherous and full of hidden murderous intent. However, Mr. Mo Chue, you don't have to worry too much. The provincial governor's office has already obtained some clues about the assassins. Just now, 10,000 soldiers from the Bing province barracks have entered the city and are working with the provincial government bailiffs and Wang family guards to search for the assassins. With such an inescapable net, even if they can't catch the assassins, I believe they won't dare to come out again. We only need to build the telegraph relay station in the shortest time possible. Then we can leave Source Peak City and head to Yunzhou." Hearing this, Mo Chue's heart calmed down a little. He sighed lightly and said, "In this way, Source Peak City will be heavily guarded in the next few days. Everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Once we finish building the telegraph relay station, General Dugu's injuries will be more or less healed. At that time, I will be able to relax a little." Li Tai nodded and said, "Although Source Peak City is heavily guarded now, everyone still needs to be careful. According to the rules we set earlier, no one is allowed to act alone." Mo Chue nodded and said, "As it should be. I will remind the students a few more times." "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Mo Chue. The Cloud Mountain is surrounded by dense forests and numerous rocks. If we combine the changes of Taoism's 1 origin, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces and 10 directions together with the mechanics of Moism, we can indeed trap those trespassers." At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, a delicate and pretty Taoist boy who was about 10 years old and dressed in a green Taoist robe gently tapped his forehead with his finger, and then said with a serious expression. However, the words that came out of his mouth did not sound like something a child of his age would say. That's right. This little Taoist boy was the grandson of the celestial master sect of Longhu Mountain Zhang Heng. In the morning, after the group from Dragon Tiger Mountain settled down in the courtyard of Cloud Mountain, they followed Xianqing and Mo Huai to the foot of Cloud Mountain to survey the terrain. Their main mission this time was to go down the mountain to gain experience. To be precise, they were going to the Tang Empire's joint medical hall to gain experience. However, at this time the academy was building the mountain guarding formation, and Mo Huai had asked Xianqing for help. How could Xianqing not help? Therefore, helping the academy build the mountain guarding formation became the first task of Xianqing, Zhang Heng, and the others after leaving the sect. Haha, you have good eyesight. I was previously instructed by Taoist Li Chunfeng, and he also suggested this at that time. However, I and Taoist Li Chunfeng are not proficient in setting up formations, so we have to trouble the Celestial Master sect with this matter. Hearing this, Mo Huai could not help but look at the little Taoist boy with slight surprise. He probably did not expect a little Taoist boy from the Celestial Master sect to have such profound attainments in formations. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel more confident in the construction of the mountain guarding formation of the academy. Xianqing looked at Zhang Heng lightly and did not say anything. Young people were somewhat arrogant and vain. Zhang Heng could read the Taoist canon at such a young age, So naturally, he wanted to show his talent in front of others. Xian Qing did not say anything to stop him, because who had not been young and frivolous? Chapter 1879. Lord Guard. The soldiers of the Bing province barracks have already entered the city. They're working with the Yamen runners and the Wang clan guards to search every household in the city. They're only searching for weapons. It's said that the Yamen runners have a blueprint in their hands, and the weapons found in the houses will be compared to the blueprint. If the patterns are similar, the owner of the house will be captured and brought to the provincial governor's residence. It seems that the Great Tang Yamen already knows that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. In the innermost room of Tongfuan's heavenly guest room, the tall man called Sky Eagle from before was solemnly bowing to the guard leader, who was not very handsome but always liked to hold a feather fan. There's no need to think. The Yamen must have already sensed that we've obtained weapons from Kong Chang'an. The middle-aged man waved the feather fan in his hand without the slightest hint of panic on his face as he spoke to Sky Eagle. It's all thanks to Lord Guard's wisdom to have our brothers bury the weapons in advance. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to escape this great search. The tall man called Sky Eagle clasped his hands, a look of relief on his face. It truly had been this Lord Guard, who had ordered them to bury all their weapons and lay low for the next few days. They were not to come out unless there was something important. Now that he thought about it, this Lord Guard had truly had a certain amount of foresight in his arrangements. Keep a close eye on the people below. Don't let them rashly show themselves, especially Xianyi. This fellow has always thought highly of himself and likes to underestimate his enemies. We can't let him cause any trouble at this critical juncture. The Lord Guard frowned as he warned. This subordinate will do as you bid. Sky Eagle clasped his hands in acknowledgement. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, Lord Guard, may I ask what our next step is? The next step. The Lord Guard's eyes flashed, and after a moment of thought he said, I've already sent a messenger pigeon back. Right now we just need to wait for the Khagan's reply and reinforcements. Until then, all of us will carefully hide in the city and wait for an opportunity to move. If we have the chance to capture 1 or 2 Yanhuang College students and teachers, that would be for the best. Of course, this is only the most ideal situation. What's most important is that we don't expose ourselves. With our current strength, we don't have the strength to face the Great Tang authorities head-on. When Heavenly Eagle heard that, he cupped his fists and said with a solemn look, Lord Guard, rest assured. This subordinate definitely won't let the brothers be willing to be exposed. But right now, most of the people from Yanhuang College are in Longshan. They must have chosen a location there. Are we going to let them do whatever they want in Longshan? Lord Guard frowned and said indifferently, even if we want to interfere in this matter, I'm afraid we don't have the strength to do so. Right now, there must be a large number of soldiers guarding the Dragon Mountain. If we go there, I'm afraid we'll be walking right into their trap. Let's wait for 2 more days. Once our reinforcements arrive, we'll coordinate from the inside and the outside to completely take Taiyuan. Anyway, what Yanhuang College wants to build isn't something that can be completed in a few days. Heavenly Eagle nodded and cupped his fists as he said, Lord Guard is wise. This subordinate will pass down the order to all the brothers to be careful and lay low for the time being. Lord Guard waved his hand and said calmly, Don't worry. Yes, go. If you don't have anything important to do in the next 2 days, don't come and see me. Chapter 1880. Dugu Exine was attacked by an assassin and almost died. Taiyuan City, the provincial governor's residence. Li Junxian had rushed over in a hurry, and when he learned from Wang Lao what had happened in Taiyuan City in the last 2 days, he couldn't help but be alarmed. When Li Er had sent him to Taiyuan City to protect Li Tai's group, he had believed that this would be an easy mission. After all, Taiyuan City was a major city in the north of the Great Tang, and its security was naturally much better than that of a small county on the northern border. Moreover, Li Tai had 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers protecting him, so he would probably be in a lot of danger. But to Li Junxian's surprise, the moment he arrived in Taiyuan City, the city was sealed and martial law was imposed. Then he heard from Wang Liaoyun that Dugu Exine had been attacked by an assassin, and that there was a secret faction hiding in Taiyuan City. The situation in Taiyuan City was far more urgent than he had expected. This mysterious faction is far too crafty. They used bait to confuse us, and then by revealing that they had abandoned their son, they lured General Dugu to the southern part of the city, giving them a chance to strike. Fortunately, there was a famous doctor in Source Peak City who helped General Dugu escape from danger. This official has already ordered the Bing Province Barracks to search the entire city for the assassins and strengthen the patrols in the city. Presumably, this group of people will go into hiding for a short period of time and won't dare to stir up trouble again. Wang Liaoan clasped his hands as he spoke to Li Junxian. He was also deeply surprised and shocked by Li Junxian's arrival. Li Junxian was the commander of 100 cavalry, and this cavalry was Li Er's most trusted and elite force. Li Junxian's arrival meant that Li Er was extremely concerned about Li Tai's safety. This placed Wang Liaoan under great pressure. After all, Li Er had given him 7 days to solve the case. Li Junxian's arrival was a covert attempt by Li Er to put pressure on him. How is His Highness's safety? Does the mysterious faction in the city already know why His Highness and the students from Yanhuang College have come to Taiyuan City? Wang Liaoan's words did nothing to ease Li Junxian's nervousness and wariness. He suddenly remembered something important and sternly asked. Although Li Tai's mission in Taiyuan was top secret, Li Junxian was one of Li Tai's most trusted subordinates, and he was also one of the commanders tasked with protecting Li Tai. He naturally knew about it. Thus, Li Junxian was well aware that if Li Tai's goal in coming to Taiyuan City was revealed, there was a high chance that the step would send people to sabotage, even assassinate them. There is no need to worry about His Highness King Wei's safety. As for why His Highness and the others have come to Source Peak City, even this official doesn't know. I presume that the mysterious faction in the city doesn't know either. Wang Liaoan pondered for a moment before replying. Li Junxian relaxed a little and clasped his fist. Since that's the case, this general will take his leave. Governor Wang, please keep the news of us coming to Taiyuan a secret. The enemy is in the dark. His Highness not only needs someone to protect him on the surface, but also in the dark. Wang Liaoyuan nodded. General Li, be at ease. This official will not mention your identities to anyone. But on His Highness's side, Li Junxian said, we will continue to protect His Highness from the shadows. When the time is right, we will naturally appear. Okay. Wang Liaoan naturally didn't dare to say more. Li Junxian clasped his fist and left with his men. Oh. Chapter 1881. No. Grandfather. Grandson said to seek refuge with the Turks, not guardian Lord Zhao. In the study in the backyard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Xinyuan shook his head and said lightly. Wang Kuei, who was in a state of agitation and excitement, seemed to have been splashed with a basin of cold water and completely calmed down. He frowned and asked in confusion, Xinyuan, what do you mean by that? If we follow guardian Lord Zhao, isn't it the same as seeking refuge with the Turks? Xinyuan, are you thinking of? Wang Kuei suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility, and could not help but reveal a trace of fear between his brows. Under his gaze, Wang Xinyuan slowly nodded and said, Grandfather, 2 years ago, that person surnamed Zhao was just a small official in a small county in Songzhou. After seeking refuge with Xieli Khan, he suddenly changed and gained the respected status he has today. In fact, in terms of foundation and strength, our Wang family is not the slightest bit weaker than him, so why do we have to work under him? Why can't we completely replace him? As soon as these words came out, Wang Kuei's face could not help but reveal a trace of contemplation. Seeing this, Wang Xinyuan struck while the iron was hot and continued, this time, that person surnamed Zhao infiltrated Taiyuan City to get to the bottom of things is only for Prince Li Tai of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. They are going to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City, which is a great threat to the safety of the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks go to war, the Great Tang will be in an invincible position in terms of intelligence and information. That is why that person surnamed Zhao spared no effort to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build. Right now, it is just that they do not have enough troops. If they have enough strength, he will immediately take action and help the Turks eliminate this great threat. Grandfather, think about it, if we destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build without the help of the grassland headquarters, and even secretly leave behind the key machines and key people to build the telegraph relay station and then give them to the Turks. Once the Turks learn of it, the Turks will definitely have a whole new level of respect for us and even put us in an important position. At that time, we will not have to work under that person surnamed Zhao, but directly under the Turks. Isn't the day of meteoric success just around the corner? It was said that every man for himself, and the heavens and earth would destroy him. Wang Xinyuan, on the other hand, would feel uneasy as long as he did not rebel. Not only did he want to rebel against the Great Tang, he also wanted to rebel against one of their leaders before even joining the opposing faction. He was truly a traitor who treated rebellion as a common occurrence. Wang Kuei's eyes brightened, but a moment later he frowned and said, Xianyuan, your idea is certainly good, but with our strength alone, how are we going to destroy the telegraph relay station that Li Tai and the others are going to build? What's more, we are going to secretly hand over the key machines and key personnel to the Turks. Wang Xinyuan smiled and said confidently, There's no need for grandfather to worry about that. Grandson has his own plan. Right now, no one knows that we have already learned of Li Tai's plan to come to Taiyuan. Therefore, they will not be on guard against us. I have already received the news that Li Tai and the others are going to build the telegraph relay station at Longshan. This morning, many teachers and students of Yanhuang College went to Longshan. As far as I know, they came to Taiyuan this time with many important machines developed by the college. As long as we steal or destroy one or two of the key machines, the telegraph relay station will definitely not be built. Chapter 1882. This child is intelligent, ambitious, and scheming. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xinyuan leave. It's just that, he's a little too smart. If he really was a child of the second branch, that would be great. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to rebel against Guardian Zhao was for his own good. But this act of rebelling against the Great Tang, and then against Guardian Zhao, left Wang Kuei a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day break free from his control, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would one day betray him. Wang Li, come in. After some time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal, and he raised his head and called out to the door. Second elder. Wang Li, dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he cupped his fists and greeted Wang Kuei. You should have heard what this old man said to Xinyuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and indifferently asked. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li had been standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. On the one hand, he had been keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from sneaking in and eavesdropping. On the other hand, this could be considered Wang Kuei's arrangement. Wang Kuei knew that as a Grandmaster realm expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even at such a distance, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Since you've heard it all, this old man won't repeat it. Starting today, you and your subordinates must all obey Xinyuan's orders. Xinyuan's words are equivalent to this old man's words. All of you must strictly obey them, understand? Wang Kuei sternly said. Wang Li's expression turned solemn as he bowed and cupped his fists. Second elder, be at ease. This subordinate will do our best to assist young master. This child is intelligent and ambitious. Wang Yu has misjudged him. Wang Kuei couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wang Xinyuan leave. It's just that, he's a little too smart. If only he were really a child of the second branch. In the end, Wang Kuei shook his head and said this without any reason. Wang Xinyuan's plan to betray Guardian Zhao was for his own good. But this betrayal of the Tang Empire and then of Guardian Zhao made Wang Kuei feel a little uneasy. He was worried that Wang Xinyuan would break away from his control one day, and even more worried that Wang Xinyuan would betray him one day. Wang Li, come in. After an unknown period of time, Wang Kuei's complexion returned to normal. He raised his head and shouted towards the outside. Second elder. Wang Li, who was dressed in plain clothes, pushed open the door and entered. After closing the door, he stepped forward and cupped his fists towards Wang Kuei. You should have heard what I said to Xianyuan just now, right? Wang Kuei looked at Wang Li and asked indifferently. Yes, this subordinate heard it all. While Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei were talking in the study, Wang Li was standing under the great banyan tree not far from the study. First, he was keeping watch for the two in the room to prevent anyone from quietly sneaking in to eavesdrop. Second, Wang Kuei had intentionally arranged this because he knew that as a grandmaster expert, Wang Li's hearing was sharper than ordinary people's. Even if he was so far away, he would definitely be able to hear what was going on in the room. Chapter 1883. The most adorable person. When the country is in trouble, they will answer the call. Sacrificing their lives for the country, looking death in the eye. They are the most adorable people. In the eyes of countless people, merchants who only value profit over righteousness. Raising 428,500 strings of cash for the military. At the crucial moment, each and every one of them took the Sarira for righteousness and shared the country's burden. They are also the most adorable people. In the backyard of the Wang family's main branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring in the latest edition of Datong Daily. He leaned back on the couch and began to read the newspaper. Immediately, his attention was drawn to the headline of the Datong Daily. Datong Daily's editorial department was in Lantian County. Every morning, the citizens of Chang'an and its surrounding areas would be able to enjoy the latest edition of the newspaper. However, due to the limitations of geographical space and information transmission methods, in cities like Taiyuan City, which was a certain distance away from Chang'an City, the citizens would often have to wait a few hours before they could read the latest edition of the newspaper. As for how late they were, it depended on how far they were from Lantian County. In Taiyuan City, the newspapers from Datong Daily's editorial department of Lantian County would usually only arrive around noon. Due to Taiyuan City's lockdown, the arrival of the newspapers was delayed quite a bit. As such, Wang Yu only received the latest edition of Datong Daily after lunch. A small fundraising event actually raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash. After reading the news, Wang Yu could not help but sigh softly. In the room besides him, Wang Bing and Princess Tong were also present. Hearing this, Wang Bing raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, "Are you talking about the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce in Lantian County yesterday? They raised nearly 430,000 strings of cash for the military?" A few days ago, news of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce holding a fundraising event to raise funds for the country had spread like wildfire. Naturally, Taiyuan City had also spread the news. As the previous head of the Wang family, it was impossible for Wang Bing not to know of this news. "That's right." Wang Yu nodded, then pointed to another piece of news below the headline and said, "Dad, look. There's a list of donors at the bottom. It records the names of the businessmen who donated money at yesterday's fundraising event, and how much they each donated." Wang Bing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became interested. He leaned forward and said, "Oh? Let this old man have a look." There were no other maids or servants in the room, so Wang Yu could only personally get up and pass the newspaper to Wang Bing. Wang Bing took it and looked at it carefully. The most adorable person. When the nation is in trouble, a call is made. Sacrificing their lives for the nation's calamity, looking death in the eye as though it were a return home. They are the most adorable people. In the eyes of countless people, merchants who value profit above righteousness. Raising military funds of 428,500 strings of cash. At the critical moment, each and every one of them took the Sarira as righteousness and shared the nation's burden. They are also the most adorable people. In the backyard of the Wang family's first branch. After lunch, Wang Yu ordered someone to bring him today's latest Datong Daily. He leaned against the couch and began to read the newspaper. He was immediately attracted by the headline of today's Datong Daily. The editorial office of Datong Daily was in Lantian County. Every morning, the people in and around Chang'an would naturally be the first to read the news. Chapter 1884. The reason why Wang Yu and Princess Tong didn't return to Suizhou directly from Qizhou, and instead came to Taiyuan was because Wang Runbiao had married a commoner and angered the elders. Wang Yu was worried that this matter would affect Wang Runbiao's position as the heir of the Wang family, so he brought Princess Tong back to the ancestral home to mediate. At the time, Wang Yu had intended to persuade the elders with an important argument. Imperial power was at its peak, and Li Zixuan was also favored by the emperor. Since Li Jingchu was Li Zixuan's adopted sister, she could be considered a match for Wang Runbiao. The Wang family couldn't offend Li Zixuan because of this matter. Moreover, when Lu Chongqing of the Lu family of Fanyang and Li Jingxian of the Li family of Zhao County found out that Wang Ranbiao had married Li Zixuan's adopted sister, they all left for Lantian County to participate in the fundraising event. In the beginning, the elders of the Wang family didn't believe that Li Jingxian and Lu Chongqing would participate in the fundraising event. To be precise, they didn't think that the arrogant 5 families and 7 hopes would bow to a small marquis. In addition, Wang Yu only speculated that Li Jingxian and Lu Chongqing would go to Lantian County to participate in the fundraising event. There was no direct evidence, so Wang Yu didn't argue with Wang Kuei and the others on this point. But now the donation list published by Datong Daily was a solid slap to the faces of Wang Kuei and the others. Didn't you say that it was impossible for Li Jingxian and Lu Chongqing to participate in the fundraising event? Then why were their names on the list? And the 2 of them donated 30,000 strings of cash each? This old man heard that the sudden martial law in the city has something to do with Prince Wei and the group from Yanhuang College? In the backyard of the Wang family's main house, Wang Bing suddenly thought of something and asked after seeing Wang Yu leave and instruct the servants to deliver the newspapers to the other elders. Replying to father, it was the commander of the Imperial Army, Du Guoxin, who came to Taiyuan with Prince Wei. He was assassinated in the southern part of the city this morning. The Bing provincial governor speculated that this group of assassins was likely to harm Prince Wei. In addition, after His Majesty learned of the situation in Taiyuan through the telegraph, he issued an edict to the provincial governor's office to enter the city to capture the assassins. Hearing Wang Bing's sudden concern, Wang Yu paused for a moment before replying truthfully. What? The Dugu clan's kid was assassinated in Taiyuan City? His Majesty even issued an edict to the provincial governor's office through the telegraph? Hearing this, Wang Bing said with a slightly shocked expression, Yes, father. Wang Yu nodded and then said, This child has already ordered all of the Wang family's hidden guards to assist the provincial governor's office in searching for the assassins in the city. Our Wang family has been operating in Source Peak City for many years. If we don't contribute at this time, I'm afraid it won't be justifiable. Moreover, if something happens to Wei Wang and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College in Taiyuan City, I'm afraid that our Wang family will also be implicated. Wang Bing stroked his beard and agreed. You did the right thing. Wei Wang was one of the emperor's most beloved princes. He could not allow anything to happen to him in Source Peak City. Moreover, since my cousin is on good terms with the Marquis of Yong, and our Wang family cannot let anything happen to his student in Source Peak City. Therefore, the Wang family cannot stand by and do nothing. Send out all of the Wang family's secret guards and try to find the assassin as soon as possible. Yes, father. Wang Yu cupped his hands and replied. At this moment there was a knock on the door. A servant shouted from outside. Reporting to Patriarch, there is a messenger pigeon from Chang. It is an imperial edict from the Imperial Palace. Chapter 1885. Make way! Make way! Compared to Taiyuan City's martial law, Lantian County's side was peaceful, no different from usual. However, at noon, there were groups of bailiffs carrying paper and paste, shuttling through the streets and alleys. They pasted 2 notices on the walls of every key intersection. Not long after, the notices attracted many passers-by. His Majesty has decreed that the 713 people who participated in the charity event yesterday were selfless and generous. They were in the interest of the nation. As a reward, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. The same goes for Lantian County. Such a notice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the merchants. Isn't this the imperial decree that His Majesty issued this morning to reward the merchants of the charity event? Soon, someone recognized the source of the content in the notice. It was an imperial edict of commendation issued by Li Er in the morning. In the morning, this imperial edict was posted all over the streets and alleys of Chang and City in the form of notices. Lantian County was adjacent to Chang'an City, so the news spread quickly. In the morning, the people of Lantian County were still talking about this matter. Why did this notice appear in Lantian County? Could it be that the preferential business tax policy mentioned in the imperial decree will be implemented in our Lantian County? Someone could not help but wonder. This was because the imperial edict was sent out from the palace early in the morning, as the capital Chang'an City was the first to post this notice. However, Lantian County was only 20 to 30 miles away from Chang'an City. If one were to ride a horse at a fast speed, the notice could be sent from Chang'an City to Lantian County within an hour. However, after the notice was posted in Chang'an City, there was no movement from Lantian County for the entire morning. Make way! Make way! Compared to Taiyuan City's martial law, Lantian County's side was peaceful, no different from usual. However, at noon, there were groups of bailiffs carrying paper and paste, shuttling through the streets and alleys. They pasted 2 notices on the walls of every key intersection. Not long after, the notices attracted many passers-by. His Majesty has decreed that the 713 people who participated in the donation gathering yesterday were selfless and generous. It is indeed the righteousness of the country. As a reward, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. The same goes for Lantian County. Such a notice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the merchants. Isn't this the imperial decree that His Majesty issued this morning to reward the merchants of the charity event? Soon, someone recognized the source of the content in the notice. It was an imperial edict of commendation issued by Li Er in the morning. In the morning, this imperial edict was posted all over the streets and alleys of Chang'an City in the form of notices. Lantian County was adjacent to Chang'an City, so the news spread quickly. In the morning, the people of Lantian County were still talking about this matter. Why did this notice appear in Lantian County? Could it be that the preferential business tax policy mentioned in the imperial decree will be implemented in our Lantian County? Someone could not help but wonder. This was because the imperial edict was sent out from the palace early in the morning, as the capital Chang'an City was the first to post this notice. However, Lantian County was only 20 to 30 miles away from Chang'an City. If one rode a horse at a fast speed, the notice could be sent from Chang'an City to Lantian County in an hour. However, after the notice was posted in Chang'an City, there was no movement from Lantian County for the entire morning. Chapter 1886. Have all of you heard? It is said that the old Khan told the young Khan in a dream that the great Khan had lost his virtue, usurped the throne and persecuted his nephew. Longevity Heaven is furious and will send frost at the end of the 7th month. What? There's such a thing? Could it be that the young Khan made up a lie to get out of trouble? That's right. It's summer now, how can there be frost on the grassland? Isn't this a fool's dream? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if the young Khan wanted to make up a lie, why would he dare to make it in the name of Longevity Heaven? That's true. But such a strange thing as frost in summer has never happened in thousands of years. How can it happen this year? And it's only a few days to the 8th month. Oh, it's the 8th month in 3 days. Sigh. Whether the rumor is true or not, it seems that the great Khan wants to kill the young Khan. If the old Khan was still alive and saw this scene, I wonder what he would think. Say, if the phenomenon of frost does appear in the next 3 days, does it mean that the great Khan has really angered the Longevity Heaven? On the prairie today, there were suddenly some rumors and slanders among the various tribes. Although the content of the rumor was a bit unbelievable, the people who spread the rumor all made it sound very convincing. Most importantly, the rumor mentioned the everlasting heaven. As a prairie man, no one dared to make fun of the everlasting heaven. In this way, this seemingly absurd rumor gained much more credibility, allowing it to quickly spread among the Turkic common people and soldiers. This was a public opinion attack from the bottom up. When it was close to noon, many tribe leaders began to notice this rumor. Some of them scoffed and did not believe it at all. Some of them were thoughtful and thought that there was no smoke without fire. Some of them urgently gathered their trusted subordinates to discuss the hidden meaning behind this rumor. Have you all heard? It is said that the old Khan told the young Khan in a dream that the great Khan had lost his virtue, usurped the throne and persecuted his nephew. Longevity Heaven is furious and will send frost at the end of the 7th month. What? There's such a thing? Could it be that the young Khan made up a lie to get out of trouble? That's right. It's summer now, how can there be frost on the grassland? Isn't that just a pipe dream? What nonsense are you talking about? Even if Little Khan wanted to fabricate lies, how could he dare to fabricate lies in the name of longevity heaven? That's true. However, something as miraculous as a frost in summer had never happened in thousands of years. How could it happen this year? And August is only a few days away. Oh, it will be August in 3 days. Sigh. Regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, it seems that the Great Khan wants the Little Khan dead. If the old Khan was still alive, I wonder what he would think if he saw this scene. Say, if the phenomenon of frost does appear in the next 3 days, does it mean that the Great Khan has really angered the longevity heaven? On the prairie today, there were suddenly some rumors and slanders among the various tribes. Although the content of the rumors was a little unbelievable, the people who spread the rumors all said it in a methodical manner. Most importantly, the longevity heaven was involved in the rumors. As a prairie man, no one dared to joke about the longevity heaven. In this way, this seemingly absurd rumor gained much more credibility, allowing it to quickly spread among the Turkic common people and soldiers. This was a public opinion attack from the bottom up. When it was close to noon, many tribe leaders began to notice this rumor. Some of them scoffed and did not believe it at all. Some of them were thoughtful and thought that there was no smoke without fire. There were also some who urgently gathered their trusted subordinates to discuss the hidden meaning behind this rumor. Chapter 1887. Retreat? Big brother, what do you mean? In the tent of the Qigong clan, Qigong shaman opened his eyes widely and looked at Qigong Heli with a confused face. Qiji Heli narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Since the Great Khan's army arrived at Chang'an City 2 years ago, the grassland has fallen into endless wars and civil strife. Now that the Great Khan and the Little Khan are fighting, although the Great Khan seems to be strong and has the upper hand, the Little Khan has a group of tribes that are extremely loyal to him. That is the foundation left by the old Khan. Although the Great Khan has the ability to destroy the Little Khan's tent, but after a battle, the Great Khan's tribes will be greatly weakened. And in the past 2 years, the Great Khan appointed Han people as officials, especially that Zhao. The Great Khan is trying to implement the Central Plains system in the grassland and control all the tribes in the grassland in his hands. Now, even if the tribes were obedient to the Great Khan on the surface, they were already disloyal behind his back. The Great Khan has always been on guard against our Kiji tribe, Shuiyan Tua Hueha, Duban and other Chela tribes, and even intends to weaken our strength. This time, in the attack on the Little Khan's palace, the Great Khan deliberately let our warriors charge in front. His ambition is obvious. In the face of absolute strength, even if we are dissatisfied with him, what can we do? I can only watch as the warriors of my tribe die at the hands of my fellow tribesmen. But now the situation seems to be different from before. The Little Khan spread this rumor. He must have a plan behind it. As long as he has a plan to escape and defect to the Tang Empire, our Kiji tribe can follow suit and surrender to the Tang Empire together with the Little Khan. The Kiji tribe and Shuiyantua tribe were both part of the Gaoche tribe. They once followed Fuzhulua to the Yungar Basin to build the Gaoche kingdom. During the northern and southern dynasties, they were nomadic in the south of the Altai Mountains around the Erdix River, and a few of them stayed in the Dujin Mountains. In the first year of the Sui dynasty, the Chela tribes rose up against the tyranny of the Western Turks and elected the leader of the Kiji tribe, Kiji Jeling as Yuwuzanmoh Khan, and the leader of the Shuiyantua tribe, Yeshur Khan. Thus, Yeshur Khan led his tribe and Yanemo Mountain became the strongest tribe of Chela. In the 7th year of the Sui dynasty, the Western Turks Shukue Khan was established, and Kiji Jeling and Yeshur Khan automatically cancelled their titles. Thus, Shuiyantua and the other tribes were ruled by the Turks. Retreat? Big brother, what do you mean? Inside the tent of the Qigong clan, Qigong shaman popped out his eyes and looked at Qigong Heli in confusion. Qigai Heli narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Since the Great Khan's army arrived at Chang'an 2 years ago, the grassland has been plunged into endless wars and civil strife. Now the Great Khan and the Little Khan are fighting. Although the Great Khan seems to be strong and has the upper hand, the Little Khan has a group of tribes that are infinitely loyal to him. That is the foundation left by the old Khan. Although the Great Khan has the ability to destroy the Little Khan's tribe, but after the battle, the tribes under the Great Khan will be greatly weakened. Moreover, in the past 2 years the Great Khan appointed Han people as officials, especially that Zhao. The Great Khan is trying to implement the Central Plains system in the grassland and control all the tribes in the grassland. Now, even if the tribes were obedient to the Great Khan on the surface, they were already disloyal behind his back, paying lip service to him in secret. The Great Khan has always been on guard against our Kiji tribe, Shuiyantua, Kiji, Hueha, Duban and the other Chela tribes, and even intends to weaken our tribe's strength. This time, in the attack on the Little Khan's palace, the Great Khan purposely let our warriors charge at the front. His ambition is obvious. In the face of absolute strength, what can we do even if we are dissatisfied with him? I can only watch as the warriors of my tribe die at the hands of my fellow tribesmen. But now the situation seems to be different from before. The Little Khan has spread this rumor. He must have a plan behind it. As long as he has a plan to escape and join the Tang Empire, our Kiji tribe can follow suit and surrender to the Tang Empire together with the Little Khan. Chapter 1888. Mr. Mochue, in the morning, the preliminary survey at Longshan has been completed, and the machinery related to the thermal generator has almost been assembled at the post house. I intend to have General Fang personally lead the Imperial Army to escort this batch of machinery to Longshan after lunch. In these 2 days we have to first clean and repair the boys' temple, and second we have to adjust and install the thermal generator. As for the coal needed for the thermal generator, I'll leave it to you and the other gentlemen to purchase it quickly in Taiyuan City. Li Tai, who had just finished lunch, found Mochue and spoke softly. In the morning, Li Tai and the others had carried out various surveys on Dragon Mountain and determined the location of the telegraph relay station. However, the boys' temple on Dragon Mountain had been abandoned for a long time, and the amount of work needed to clean and repair it was not to be underestimated. It was not something that could be done in a day or two. Furthermore, there was no way to cook on Dragon Mountain, so they could only go down the mountain and return to the post for lunch. Qingke, your allocation is very reasonable. To build the telegraph relay station, we have to adjust the thermal generator on Dragon Mountain first. You don't have to worry about the purchase of coal. Before dark today, I will have enough coal sent to Dragon Mountain. As for the cleaning and repair of the boys' temple, in order to save time, I suggest that we ask the bailiffs from the provincial governor's office to help. At the same time, we can also ask the provincial governor's office to help find a few craftsmen who can repair houses. After all, in Taiyuan City, we are not familiar with the people and the place. Mochue heard this and nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will send someone to send a message to Provincial Governor Wang and ask him to send someone to help clean and repair the boys' temple. Li Tai also felt that there was no need to waste the Academy's energy on this, so he nodded in agreement. After all, he was not only the captain of the Academy's research team, but also the current king of Wei. Wang Liaoan did not dare to disobey his orders. Mr. Mochue, in the morning, the preliminary survey at Longshan has been completed, and the machinery related to the thermal generator has almost been assembled at the post house. I intend to have General Fang personally lead the Imperial Army to escort this batch of machinery to Longshan after lunch. In the next 2 days, our first task is to clean up and repair the boys' temple. Secondly, we must test and install the generator. As for the coal needed for the firepower generator, I'll leave it to you and the other gentlemen to purchase it in Taiyuan City. In the post house, Li Tai, who had just finished lunch, found Mochue and spoke softly. In the morning, Li Tai and the others carried out various surveys on Longshan and decided on the location of the telegraph relay station. However, the boys' temple on Longshan had been abandoned for a long time, and the amount of work needed to clean and repair it was not to be underestimated. It was not something that could be completed in a day or two. Furthermore, there was no way to start a fire to cook on Dragon Mountain, so they could only go down the mountain and return to the hostel for lunch. Yes, Qingke, your allocation is very reasonable. If he wanted to build a telegraph relay station, he would first have to adjust the thermal power generator on Longshan. You don't have to worry about the purchase of coal. Before dark today, I will definitely have someone send enough coal to Longshan. As for the cleaning and repair of the boys' temple, in order to save time, I suggest that we ask the bailiffs from the provincial governor's mansion to help. At the same time, we can also ask the provincial governor's mansion to help find a few craftsmen who can repair houses. After all, we are not familiar with Taiyuan City. Mo Chue heard this and nodded in agreement. Good. Then I will send someone to send a message to Provincial Governor Wang and ask him to send someone to help clean and repair the boys' temple. Li Tai also felt that there was no need to waste the Academy's energy on this, so he nodded in agreement. After all, he was not only the captain of the Academy's research team, but also the current king of Wei. Wang Liaoan did not dare to disobey his orders. Chapter 1889. Firepower Generator? Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them. Wang Xinyuan muttered to himself as he stood with his hands behind his back in the living area of the second branch of the Wang family's ancestral home. Standing behind him was a tall man in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. He was the one who eavesdropped in the corner of the post house. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news about Li Zishuan during the year he was imprisoned. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were really excellent because he had completely guessed the point. There was indeed a relationship between the thermal generator and the telegraph. One was for generating electricity, and the other was for using electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, if there was no thermal generator, then the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what I heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is filled with patrolling soldiers. According to a friend of mine in the army, His Majesty has sent a decree to Taiyuan City. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, What? Li Shimin has sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is hundreds of miles away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Oh, firepower generator? Telegraph. Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them. In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he wasn't a student of Yanhuang College and hadn't learned any engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news about Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He didn't know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he had a general idea of what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in them. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, this firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang wouldn't have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xingyun frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Oh, firepower generator? Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law, and there are patrolling soldiers everywhere. According to a friend of mine in the army, His Majesty has sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xingyun frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Oh, firepower generator? Telegraph. From what you said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family ancestral residence, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. He was the second commander of the Wang family guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all the news about Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he had a general idea of what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guess was excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. This subordinate heard the meaning of the conversation between Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue. This firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fists and replied, "Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Wang Li was stunned when he heard this. He paused and said tentatively, "Young master, Taiwan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Oh, firepower generator? Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang clan's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang clan's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Zishuan in the past year or so of being imprisoned. He did not know what a telegraph and a telegraph relay station were, but from some of the known information, he could roughly guess what these two things were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but just by hearing the name, he could guess that the firepower generator must be related to the telegraph. After all, they both had the word electricity in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. This subordinate heard the meaning of the conversation between Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chue. This firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. It's good that it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Hearing this, Wang Li was stunned. After a pause, he said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent a decree to Taiyuan. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent a decree to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is several hundred li away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent a decree from Chang'an yesterday? Oh, firepower generator? Telegraph. From what you've said, this batch of machines should be very important to them." In the Wang family's ancestral home, in the living area of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan stood with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself. Standing behind him was a tall man dressed in black with a round collar. It was the second commander of the Wang family's guards, Wang Li. The person who was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house was also him. After listening to Wang Li's report, Wang Xinyuan suddenly had an idea. Although he was not a student of Yanhuang College and did not learn engineering knowledge, he had been paying attention to all news related to Li Zishuan during his imprisonment for more than a year. He did not know what a telegraph machine and a telegraph repeater station were, but from what he knew, he had a rough idea of what they were used for. He had never even heard of the term firepower generator, but from the name alone, he guessed that the firepower generator must be related to a telegraph machine. After all, they both had the word electric in their names. It had to be said that Wang Xinyuan's guesses were excellent because he had completely guessed the point. The firepower generator and the telegraph were indeed related. One was to generate electricity, and the other was to use electricity. Moreover, based on the current conditions of Taiyuan City, without the firepower generator, the telegraph relay station would be completely out of the question. From what this subordinate heard from Wei Wang and Mr. Mo Chui, the firepower generator is very important to them. Otherwise, Wei Wang would not have personally escorted it. Wang Li cupped his fist and replied, "Good. As long as it's important. The more important it is to them, the more I want to destroy it." A cold smile suddenly appeared on Wang Xinyuan's face. Wang Li paused and said tentatively, "Young master, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law. The city is full of patrolling soldiers. According to a subordinate's friend in the army, His Majesty has already sent an edict to Taiyuan. Fang Gongteng, the former Bing Province Barracks commander, will temporarily hold the position of commandant and temporarily have the power to mobilize soldiers. Therefore, there will be more patrolling soldiers in the city in the afternoon." Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "What? Li Shimin has already sent an edict to Taiyuan? How is that possible? Chang'an is hundreds of miles away from Taiyuan. Could it be that Li Shimin sent an edict from Chang'an yesterday?" Chapter 1890. Humph! Barbarian man, you are playing dumb in front of this Khan. Inside the palace, Shelley couldn't stand Barbarian man's sloppy attitude. He snorted coldly with an angry look on his face. Then he didn't beat around the bush with the crowd and said bluntly, "Everyone here knows who benefits the most from this rumor. Now that Tuli is surrounded by this Khan's army of 300,000, seeing that there is no hope of breaking out, he sent people to spread this rumor in an attempt to make this Khan lose heart and morals on the prairie. His intentions are truly worthy of death. Great Khan is wise. Barbarian man also thinks that this rumor is related to Tuli." Seeing Shelley angry, Barbarian man's expression became more or less serious. After all, he also didn't want to provoke Shelley. He put away his mischievous smile and cupped his fist towards Shelley. Of course, Barbarian man was sitting down when he spoke. This guy didn't even move his butt, let alone stand up. "Humph! The current situation has something to do with all of you." Shelley slapped the table in front of him and pointed at the leaders of the various tribes sitting below him. He said coldly, 10 days ago, this Khan transferred 300,000 elite troops from your tribes and already surrounded Tuli's court. Tuli's remaining troops only have a little more than 100,000 troops. Your 300,000 troops actually couldn't break through Tuli's court within 10 days. Is it because your troops are too incompetent? Or are you deliberately passively accepting the battle to buy time for Tuli? As soon as these words came out, the hall, which was still relatively peaceful just now, suddenly became cold and austere. If Shelley really put the hat of passively accepting the battle on any one of them, they wouldn't be able to bear it. The 10 tribal leaders sitting below all changed their expressions slightly. Chiguanheli spoke at this time. "Great Khan, please calm down. Great Khan, please judge clearly. It's not that our warriors are weak in battle. Although Tuli only has a little more than 100,000 remnant troops, these troops are all elite troops and strong generals. Presently Tuli's troops are besieged by us. People of the Central Plains have a saying, 'Cut off the cauldrons and sink the boats, like a cornered beast will still fight.' Under this kind of desperate situation, the troops and horses under Tuli's command are fighting valiantly without fear of death. In the previous several battles our Chiguan tribe has lost more than 1,000 warriors. Our losses are disastrous. Therefore, Tuli has been attacking for a long time. It is definitely not because we are passively fighting back." Facing Shelley's post-battle accountability, Chiguanheli must stand up for his own tribe, and at the same time, speak up for the warriors of the other tribes who participated in the battle. After all, who asked him and the Barbarian man to be the big brothers of the various tribes of Tiela? As the big brother, it was time for him to step up and share the firepower for his little brothers. Brother Healy is right. Tuli's troops have been attacking for a long time without success because they want to fight to the death in a desperate situation. It's not that we are passively accepting the challenge. Great Khan, please judge clearly. My Shui Yantua tribe has already lost more than 3,000 warriors. None of my warriors retreated a single step when we were fighting against Tuli's tribe. I beg the Great Khan for your judgment. My Ba Yegu tribe has already lost more than 2,000 warriors, and killed more than 3,000 people of Tuli's tribe. We are not passively accepting the challenge. I beg the great Khan for your judgment. My Hueha tribe has already lost more than 1,000 warriors and killed more than 3,000 people of Tuli's tribe. We are not passively accepting the challenge. Pugu tribe has already lost more than 2,000 warriors and killed more than 2,800 people of Tuli's tribe. Tongluo tribe has already lost more than 3,000 warriors and killed more than 2,500 people of Tuli's tribe. I beg the great Khan for your judgment. Qigong He Li's words instantly attracted everyone's agreement. These people all rushed to be the first to cup their hands and complain, express their loyalty to Xieli. The hall, which was still considered peaceful earlier, was now as lively as a market. Xieli frowned as he listened. That was because although these people were expressing their loyalty on the surface, they were actually complaining to him. You see, several thousand of my tribe's soldiers have already died in the encirclement of Tuli, and we've also killed several thousand people of the other side. You can't possibly say that I'm passively accepting the challenge, right? If you insist that I'm passively accepting the challenge, then all the other tribes will also passively accept the challenge. You're pushing all the other tribes to the opposite side. Xieli could not bear the consequences of this. The Ashina tribe was a golden clan of the steppe. Although they were strong, they were not strong enough to unite with the other tribes. Moreover, these were troubled times. He urgently needed the steppe to unite and integrate all the forces of the steppe to deal with the Great Tang. He could not possibly push all the other tribes to the opposite side. Great Khan, this subordinate thinks that since we have already surrounded Tuli's tribe, we can surround them without attacking. Their rations are limited, so we can wait until their rations are depleted before launching an attack. At that time, I believe we can defeat Tuli's tribe effortlessly. This way we can also reduce the casualties of our tribes. Seeing that everyone had more or less said their piece, Chigu Heli stood up and cupped his fists to Xieli. Xieli's face darkened. To be able to say such words, Chigu Heli was either pretending to be stupid or really bad. Who would not have thought of this idea of surrounding them without attacking? But the key point was that Tuli had deliberately let people spread rumors. It was obvious that he was secretly relying on something. If they continued to use the tactic of surrounding them without attacking, wouldn't they be buying time for Tuli and creating additional variables in this encirclement that had already decided the outcome of the battle? That's right, that's right. Brother Heli is right. Since Tuli's tribe is not afraid of death and is resisting with all their might, there's no need for us to meet them head-on. We can just surround them without attacking. Once their rations are exhausted, won't it be easy to take them down? Xieli was about to speak when the barbarian man jumped out to support Chigu Heli. That's right. We should surround them without attacking. That's right. With these two people echoing each other in the main hall, how could the leaders of the other tribes not agree? After all, this strategy of surrounding them without attacking was in line with the interests of all their tribes. They had no reason to not support it. After waiting for a while, when the main hall quieted down again, Xieli said with a dark face, "Surround them without attacking? What a good strategy of surrounding them without attacking. It sounds nice, but in this Khan's opinion, you are just greedy for life and afraid of death. You are all the people of the Longevity Emperor, but each and every one of you is greedy for life and afraid of death. What right do you have to call yourselves the warriors of the grassland in the future?" After a pause, Xieli slammed the table and said loudly, "This Khan doesn't care what method you use, but you must annihilate Tuli's tribe and trample Tuli's imperial court within 2 days. After the warriors of each tribe have been killed, this Khan will compensate them with a large sum of money. In addition, this time this Khan will let Shirtofi lead 10,000 wolf riders to join the battle with your tribes. If you still can't take down Tuli in 2 days, this Khan will investigate carefully which tribe is the one that is passively accepting the battle." Xieli changed his previous polite attitude and directly suppressed the voices of opposition from these tribal leaders with a forceful method. According to him, this time his subordinate Ashina Shur would lead 10,000 wolf riders to join the battle. This was to put pressure on the leaders of the other tribes. After all, who didn't know the combat power of Xieli's wolf riders? Who wouldn't be afraid? At this time, even if they didn't agree in their hearts, they didn't dare to disagree verbally. Unless they wanted to rebel openly. The facts proved that the few people present still didn't have the guts to do so. The barbarian man and Chigu Heli looked at each other and secretly shook their heads at each other. Then the two of them cupped their fists at Shelly and said, "This subordinate obeys." Seeing that the two of them had agreed, how could the leaders of the other 8 tribes dare to raise a different opinion? Everyone stood up and cupped their fists, saying, "This subordinate obeys." It's getting late, let's all go back. Shelly's eyes narrowed as he waved his hand. Yes. Everyone responded and turned to leave the main hall. Chapter 1891. Brother Healy's words make sense. In the tent of Kiji tribe, after Kiji Heli finished speaking, everyone was silent for a moment. Then Enan agreed. Tuli has always been cunning. I don't believe that he won't have a backup plan after spreading this rumor. In the upcoming battle between our tribe's warriors and the Tuli tribe, we only need to use 80% of our strength. However, we can't be too obvious. Otherwise, Ashinashi will definitely report this to the Great Khan. Also, in order to show our sincerity to the Great Khan, I suggest that all of you immediately send reinforcements to the front line after you return to make up for the warriors lost in the previous battles. This way, even if we fail to take down the Tuli tribe in 2 days, I believe that the Great Khan won't be too harsh on us. In just a few words, Chiguan, Healy, and Enan had already formulated the battle strategy for the Tiela tribes. After listening to it, no one had any objections. Of course, the most important thing was that this battle strategy was only beneficial to them. Thus, the other leaders all clasped their fists in agreement. Good idea. Let's do it. After I return to the tribe, I'll send someone to instruct the warriors at the front line to secretly go easy on the Tuli tribe in the upcoming battles. After I return, I'll immediately send 2,000 warriors to the front line to show our sincerity to the Great Khan. After I return to the tribe, I'll send 3,000 warriors to the front line as reinforcements. Seeing this, Kiji Heli couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After everyone finished speaking, Kiji Heli gestured with his hand and said, "Since that's the case, it's getting late. Everyone, please return to the tribe and prepare. Otherwise, the Great Khan will definitely be suspicious if you stay here for too long." All right. Chief Kiji, farewell. Farewell. The chiefs of the various tribes bid farewell and left. Enan purposely stayed at the back. While everyone was leaving, he moved closer to Kiji Heli and asked softly, "Haha, Brother Chihue, do you know what Tuli's trump card is?" Chiju Heli narrowed his eyes and did not answer immediately. Even though he and the barbarian man usually looked out for each other in front of Shelly and acted like good friends, Chiju Heli had never expected the barbarian man to treat him as a good friend whom he could confide in. The two of them had interacted for such a long time. Chiju Heli knew that the barbarian man was very ambitious. He only wanted to ensure the safety of his tribe, but the barbarian man was the same as Shelly. Therefore, Healy had always maintained a certain level of vigilance towards Enan. At this time, he pondered for a moment and said to the barbarian, "Brother, you must be joking. In terms of the ability to inquire about information, my Qian tribe is far inferior to your Hueha tribe. If you don't know something, how can I know?" The barbarian man pointed at Chia Healy and said with a faint smile, Brother Chihue, your words are too hypocritical. Why do you sound like the people of the Central Plains? In fact, you and I both know that Tuli may have a trump card. Although some of my Hueha tribe warriors are good at spying, the people who are now stationed at the southernmost part of Tuli's Yarong are your Qian tribe people. In recent days, whether Tuli's people have secretly gone south to Tang, you know it better than me. Hearing this, Chiju Heli's heart moved. He was not angry because of the barbarian man's words, but because the barbarian man's words made him think of something. Since he previously thought that Tuli's trump card was to ask for reinforcements from Tang, then in recent days, Tuli's people would definitely think of ways to go south. He could send people to investigate from this direction. I haven't received any such news in recent days. If I did, I would definitely send people to inform Brother Enan. These thoughts only flashed through Chiju Heli's mind. After he recovered, he said to the barbarian man with a normal expression, "Good. Then I'll wait for your good news, brother." The barbarian man cupped his fists, laughed and left. These two clearly had a tacit understanding in their hearts. They both thought that Tuli's next move after releasing the rumor was to ask for reinforcements from Tang, imitating the Khitan tribe's chief and leading his tribe to surrender to Tang. But these two people neglected one thing. The rumor released by Tuli was not a rumor. At the end of the 7th month, it was possible that frost would fall from the sky. Moreover, although Tuli's people had not broken through the encirclement and went south to ask for reinforcements, Tang's emissaries had already secretly sneaked into the prairie. Great Khan! This subordinate has already ordered people to spread the rumor. Now, basically everyone in the prairie knows about it. This subordinate has bribed several Hueha soldiers. According to them, at noon, the Great Khan has summoned the 10 tribe leaders to the imperial court for a meeting. It seems that the Great Khan should have also noticed this rumor. In Tuli's yatong, Anishurtua respectfully cupped his fists and said to Tuli. Hearing this, Tuli's face did not show any joy. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the sword hanging on the weapon rack next to him. He expressionlessly said, "Good. General Anishurtua has worked hard." Anishurtua looked at Tuli's face and asked tentatively, "Does the Great Khan have any hidden worries?" Tuli finally turned his head and looked at Anishurtua. He nodded and said, "If this Khan's guess is correct, Xieli will certainly be vigilant against this Khan when he hears this rumor. Maybe he will even send reinforcements here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the 10 tribe leaders to the imperial court for a meeting. Our days will be difficult from now on. I'm afraid there will be several fierce battles. I don't know if the officers and soldiers can still hold on." After listening to Tuli's narration, Anishurtua came to a sudden understanding, and he finally understood the danger at hand. He couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, and he couldn't help but say, "In this way, aren't we being tricked by the great Tang's Duke Ju?" Tuli shook his head and said, "That's not entirely true. Right now we are trapped in a desperate situation. If we want to break out of the encirclement, in the words of the people of the Central Plains, it is no different from pulling chestnuts out of the fire. This rumor will undoubtedly bring us danger. Danger and opportunity coexist. If the rumor is true, then it will become our chance to escape." Speaking to this point, Tuli suddenly remembered something. He paused and asked, "Oh right. That Tang Jian since yesterday, has he made any unusual movements? It would have been better if he didn't mention this." Now that he did, Anishurtua was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. Humph! This guy is quite honest. He and his men have been staying in the camp all day long. They haven't gone anywhere. Their days can be said to be very comfortable. Our officers and soldiers are fighting hard outside. He, on the other hand, is sitting comfortably in the camp drinking tea and playing chess. He even drank the divine tea he brought from the Central Plains for you, Khan. What? There's such a thing? Hearing this, Tuli's eyes widened. But after thinking about it, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Forget it. Forget it. Let's ignore him for now. This Khan didn't expect this Tang Jian to be so courageous. He is in this Khan's camp, yet he is still so calm. But the calmer he is, the more confident he is in his heart. Then our plan's success rate will be higher." Chapter 1892. Taiyuan City. 3/4 to the afternoon. 3 carriages full of goods swayed out of the post house. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanrui Lane and Rongxing Lane, and went straight to the south of the city. In front of and behind the 3 carriages there were about 100 soldiers. In front of the team, Dugu Feiying personally rode a horse to clear the way. Beside Dugu Feiying, there was a little fatty dressed in luxurious clothes. Perhaps because of the hot weather, the little fatty wore a bamboo hat on his head, perfectly blocking the sun above his head. At the same time, it also covered his head, making it difficult for others to see his appearance. "The target has appeared. Immediately inform Xinglang to prepare for action. You must destroy the goods on the 3 carriages. In addition, if you can capture that young man alive, you will be rewarded 10,000 coins." In a restaurant on the side of the street, a tall and sturdy man's pupils couldn't help but slightly shrink when he saw the carriage and the little fatty in luxurious clothes. His hands behind his back couldn't help but tighten. After pausing for a moment, he ordered a young manservant beside him. This burly man was naturally Wang Li, who was now under Wang Xinyuan. Previously, this guy was eavesdropping in the corner of the post house. Through the cracks of the window, he had seen Li Tai's appearance, body shape, and clothes. Although the little fatty on the street was wearing a bamboo hat, his body shape and clothes were exactly the same as the Li Tai he saw in the afternoon. In addition to the 3 carriages of goods behind the little fatty, Wang Li naturally thought that Li Tai was following the plan that he had told Mo Chui before. He was leading his men to transport the firepower generator to Longshan. At this moment, Wang Li's heart was a little nervous. Of course, he was more excited. After all, in his opinion, they were going to fight a battle that they were prepared for. They had anticipated the opportunity and carried out an ambush in advance. As for Li Tai and his men, under the circumstances where they were unprepared, they were bound to lose. Soon he would be able to help Wang Xinyuan make a great contribution. Moreover, after the matter was completed, Wang Xinyuan would definitely give him many benefits. How could he not be excited? Yes, Commander. Hearing this, the manservant cupped his fists and left to carry out the order. The general direction of Du Gufei's group was heading southwest. In the middle, they inevitably had to make a turn because they had to go around a certain residential area. Today, the entire Taiyuan city was under martial law. There were very few merchants and commoners coming and going on the streets. Most of them were Bing Province barracks soldiers patrolling the city. This group of people quickly came to the street between Gurenfang and Wenyuanfang. This street was about 1,000 feet long from east to west. The westernmost end was a dead end. If one wanted to get out of this road, they could only go back the way they came or turn north at the end of the road. Du Gufei naturally chose the latter, because he couldn't back down. He had important matters to attend to. Source Peak City. It was 2:45 in the afternoon. 3 carriages full of goods came out of the post house shakily. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanruifang and Rongxingfang, and went straight to the south of the city. The 3 carriages full of goods came out of the post house shakily. They walked along the street in front of the post house for a while, then turned into the lane between Lanruifang and Rongxingfang, and went straight to the south of the city. Chapter 1893. You're not Li Tai. On the long street, the black-clothed man used the force of the dagger to dodge backwards. At the same time, he struck the young man's shoulder with his palm. The 2 of them separated in the air and fell in opposite directions. After landing, the black-clothed man covered his chest and looked at the little fatty, who had sneakily attacked him in front of him, and said angrily. Little fatty was no longer a little fatty at this time. The youth's body was not fat at all. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's made him look very spirited. Previously, he had used the dagger in his sleeve to launch a sudden attack on the black-clothed man. Although he had hit the black-clothed man, it was a pity that this attack did not cause the black-clothed man to be seriously injured. After the dagger had pierced through the layers of silk, only a very, very small part of it had scratched the black-clothed man's chest skin. At this moment, although there was blood on the man in black's chest, the wound was not deep. It only cut through the skin and was far from the heart. I never said that I was Li Tai. The young man did not have any weapons in his hands. In addition, his martial arts realm was not as good as the man in black in front of him. As such, he seemed to have no chance of winning. But now was not the time for him to fight to the death with the man in black. Because the 4 rumbling fiery chariots, at the 2 ends of the street, were getting closer and closer to them. After leaving this sentence to the man in black, the young man did not stop. He directly leaped and jumped onto the wall that Du Gufei was standing on. Shit! We've been tricked. In the pavilion far away, Wang Li realized that something was wrong the moment the young man took off his bloated coat. He cursed angrily and then hurriedly turned and left with a group of men. At this moment he could no longer care about the mission that Wang Xinyuan had given him. Since Du Gufei and the rest were prepared, it meant that their plan had been exposed. Now the most important thing for him was to escape and not to complete the mission. You're not Li Tai. On the long street, the black-clothed man used the force of the dagger to dodge backwards. At the same time, he struck the young man's shoulder with his palm. The 2 of them separated in the air and fell in opposite directions. After landing, the black-clothed man covered his chest and looked at the little fatty, who had sneakily attacked him in front of him, and said angrily. Little Fatty was no longer a little fatty at this time. The youth's body was not fat at all. That pair of eyes that were as sharp as an eagle's made him look very spirited. Previously, he had used the dagger in his sleeve to launch a sudden attack on the black-clothed man. Although he had hit the black-clothed man, it was a pity that this attack did not cause the black-clothed man to be seriously injured. After the dagger had pierced through the layers of silk, only a very, very small part of it had scratched the black-clothed man's chest skin. At this moment, although there was blood on the black-clothed man's chest, the wound was not deep. It was only a scratch on the surface of his skin. It was still far from his heart. I've never said that I'm Li Tai. The young man did not have a weapon in his hand. In addition, his martial arts realm was not as good as the man in black in front of him. As such, he seemed to have no chance of winning. But now was not the time for him to fight to the death with the man in black. Because the 4 fiery chariots rumbling from the 2 ends of the street were getting closer and closer to them. After leaving this sentence to the man in black, the young man did not stop. With a leap he jumped onto the wall that Dugu Feiying was standing on. Shit! We've been tricked. In the pavilion far away, Wang Li realized that something was wrong the moment the young man took off his bloated coat. He cursed angrily and then hurriedly turned and left with a group of men. Chapter 1894. Swish, 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 swish. On the long street of Source Peak City, 4 mystically flying daggers flew towards the 4 limbs of the black-clothed man who was desperately trying to escape. At this moment, the black-clothed man's feet had already landed on the ground. Compared to when he was in the air, it was easier for him to dodge the flying daggers. His body tilted slightly to the right, and Dugu Feiying's 4 mystically flying daggers all missed. However, the man in black's fleeing rhythm was interrupted by Dugu Feiying's 4 flying daggers. When he stopped and dodged the flying daggers, more than 100 Imperial guards on the long street had already surrounded the man in black. The man in black stomped on the ground and tried to use his qinggong to escape the encirclement of the Imperial guards. But how could Dugu Feiying let him do as he wished? Another 4 flying daggers flew out of his sleeves and headed for the man in black's vital parts. He only wanted to injure the man in black, not take his life. At the same time, Dugu Feiying stomped on the wall and dashed toward the man in black. Feeling the strong wind behind him and hearing the chaotic footsteps of the Imperial army around him, the black-clothed man knew that he wouldn't be able to escape today. As Dugu Feiying was harassing him from afar, he could not escape with all his might. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Imperial guards caught up with him and surrounded him. As for the Wang family's rescue, from the moment he found out that the little fatty wasn't Li Tai, he knew that their plan had been exposed. Not only would the Wang family not save him, they would also do everything in their power to disassociate themselves from him. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to escape. At that thought, the man in black made up his mind. He turned around and dashed toward the 4 flying daggers that Dugu Feiying threw out. Dugu Feiying's 4 flying daggers had originally avoided the black-clothed man's vital points, but the black-clothed man's sudden and abnormal actions had directly exposed his vital points to the flying daggers. As such, it was very likely that he would be pierced through by 2 of the flying daggers. General Feiying, stop him. He wants to kill himself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the long street of Source Peak City, 4 mystically flying daggers flew towards the 4 limbs of the black-clothed man who was desperately trying to escape. At this moment, the black-clothed man's feet had already landed on the ground. Compared to when he was in the air, it was easier for him to dodge the flying daggers. His body tilted slightly to the right, and Dugu Feiying's 4 mystically flying daggers all missed. However, the man in black's fleeing rhythm was interrupted by Dugu Feiying's 4 flying daggers. When he stopped and dodged the flying daggers, more than 100 Imperial guards on the street had already surrounded the man in black. The man in black stomped on the ground and prepared to use his qinggong to escape the encirclement of the Imperial army. However, how could Dugu Feiying let him do as he wished? Another 4 mystically flying daggers flew out from his sleeves, flying towards some of the more vulnerable parts of the black-clothed man's body. He only wanted to injure the opponent, not take the black-clothed man's life. At the same time, Dugu Feiying stomped on the wall and flew towards the black-robed man. Feeling the strong wind behind him and hearing the chaotic footsteps of the Imperial army around him, the black-clothed man knew very well that he would not be able to escape today. As Dugu Feiying was constantly harassing him from afar, he could not use his full strength to escape. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the Imperial army caught up and surrounded him. As for the Wang family's rescue, the moment he realized that the little fatty was not Li Tai, he knew that their plan had been exposed. Not only would the Wang family not save him, they would also do everything in their power to cut ties with him. Since that was the case, there was no reason for him to escape. At this thought, the black-clothed man made up his mind. He simply turned around and threw himself at the 4 mystic leaf flying daggers that Dugu Feiying had thrown out. Dugu Feiying's 4 flying daggers had originally avoided the black-clothed man's vital parts. However, the black-clothed man's sudden and unusual action had directly exposed his vital parts to the flying daggers. As such, he could very well be pierced through by the 2 flying daggers above him. Chapter 1895. Quick! Quick! Tat 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 tat. As soon as Iron Egg and his men led the masked man out of the long street, a series of hurried footsteps came from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? As the 2 sides gathered, the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked instead, "Oh, I'm Fang Gongting, the Bing Province Adjutant. I've been ordered to temporarily take up the post of Bing Province Commandant to maintain the law and order of Taiyuan. Just now someone saw flames rising into the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I happened to be patrolling in the south of the city, so I brought people to check it out." The leading general was Fang Gongting, the Bing Province Adjutant. Seeing that Iron Egg and his men weren't injured, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then he cupped his fist and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjutant Fang. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He quickly cupped his fist and bowed to Fang Gongting. During the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zishuan, and the others weren't with Li Zishuan. Instead, they were treating the locust plague in the north, so he hadn't seen Fang Gongting before. After bowing politely, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg. I'm a student of Yanhuang College. Earlier General Feiying and I—" "Quick! Quick! Tat tat tat." As soon as Iron Egg and his men led the masked man out of the long street, a series of hurried footsteps came from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? As the 2 sides gathered, the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked, "Oh, I am the Bing Province Army Adjutant Fang Gongting. I have been ordered to temporarily take up the position of Bing Province's Commandant, and I am responsible for maintaining Taiyuan's security. Just now someone saw flames rising to the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I just happened to be patrolling the south of the city, so I brought some people to investigate." The leading general was the Bing Province Adjutant Fang Gongting. Seeing that Iron Egg and the others were not injured, he could not help but feel relieved. Then he cupped his fists and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjunct Fang. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Fang Gongting. During the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zishuan, and the others were not with Li Zishuan. Instead, they were treating the locusts in the north, so he had never seen Fang Gongting before. After politely bowing, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg, a student of Yanhuang College. Previously General Feiying and I—" "Hurry up! Quick! Da-da-da-da!" As soon as Iron Egg and the others led the masked man out of this long street, there was a burst of hurried footsteps from another street next to them. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young general leading a group of soldiers running towards them quickly. What happened in front? Are you all okay? The 2 sides gathered together, and the leading general hurriedly looked at Iron Egg and asked, "May I ask who this general is?" Iron Egg did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at the general and asked in return, "Oh, I'm the Bing Province Adjutant Fong Gongtung. I've been ordered to temporarily take up the position of Bing Province Commandant to maintain the security of Taiyuan. Just now someone saw flames rising to the sky on this street, and there were sounds of fighting. I just happened to be patrolling the south of the city, so I brought some people to investigate." The leading general was the Bing Province Adjutant Fong Gongtung. Seeing that Iron Egg and the others were not injured, he could not help but feel relieved. Then he cupped his fists and said to Iron Egg, "So it's Adjunct Fong. I've heard my master mention you before." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly surprised. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed to Fong Gongtung. At the Battle of Longmen Pass, Iron Egg, Li Zishuan, and the others were not with Li Zishuan. Instead, they were treating the locust plague in the north, so he had not seen Fong Gongtung before. After politely bowing, Iron Egg replied, "My name is Iron Egg, a student of Yanhuang College. Previously, General Fei Ying and I." Chapter 1896. Qingke, come with me. Half an hour ago in the post house, Mo Chue quickly put the piece of cloth with the words in his hand into his sleeve and vigilantly looked around. Then, he turned his head and said to Li Tai, "Okay." Li Tai nodded. Under the lead of Mo Chue, the two of them came to the backyard of the post hostel. The machines and equipment brought from the academy were piled up here and guarded by the Imperial Guards day and night. Therefore, this place was undoubtedly safer than the quiet room from before, and no one would secretly eavesdrop. Qingke, could this Li Junxian be the current commander of the 100 Cavalry? Under a great banyan tree in the rear courtyard, after confirming that no one was eavesdropping, Mo Chue turned to Li Tai and solemnly asked. The Mo clan had lived in seclusion in a bitter and cold land, and had not interfered with the affairs of the court. At the time, Mo Chue truly had no idea who Li Junxian was, but last year, Mo Huai had led all the members of the Mo clan into Yanhuang College. Now that they had formally entered the world, Mo Chue had gradually become familiar with the officials and generals of the court. Precisely. Li Tai nodded, his brow furrowing. I didn't think that my imperial father would send Commander Li. But strangely, since Commander Li has come to Taiyuan, why hasn't he shown himself? Instead of answering, Mo Chue asked, "Qingke, are you sure that the person who sent us this letter is Li Junxian? Could it be an imposter?" Li Tai seriously thought about it, and then he shook his head. It shouldn't be. Since he was able to send us a letter, he must be nearby, and there's a high chance that he's heard our conversation. If he's not Commander Li but our enemy, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just send someone to ambush us while we were escorting the generators. Qingke, you're right. It seems like General Li is really sending us a message in secret. Mo Chue nodded and then continued. As for why he hasn't shown himself, it's probably because the current situation in Taiyuan City makes it easier for him to hide in the shadows than in the open. After all, we're in the open while the enemy is in the dark. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Hearing that, Li Tai agreed. Sir, your analysis makes sense. The problem now is, since an unidentified person has eavesdropped on our plan, what should we do in the afternoon? Also, who was this eavesdropper? Where did they come from? Is he from the same group as the assassins who tried to assassinate General Dugu? Mo Chue said with a frown. These four questions left Li Tai speechless. The little fatty furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I got it. Ing Chue, who was deep in thought, jumped in fright. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, Does Cyan Sparrow have a good plan? Whether it's good or not is another matter, but at the very least, this plan will let us know which force this eavesdropper is from. Li Tai chuckled and began to explain to Ing Chue. Since someone has eavesdropped on our plan to escort the generators, it's fine if they don't have any ill intentions, but if they do, then they and the people behind them will definitely set up an ambush and intercept us on our way to Dragon Mountain. In my view, we should beat them at their own game and have them walk right into our trap. When the time comes, won't investigating the faction behind them be as easy as turning over a hand? Chapter 1897. Trash. Trash. We've all fallen into Li Tai's trap. In the secret chamber of the second branch of the Wang family's ancestral home, Wang Xinyuan, who thought he could receive good news, did not expect to receive bad news. No matter how confident he was before, he could not help but panic. He was so angry that he threw the cup on the table to the ground and said angrily, "Please forgive me, young master. But I did hear the King of Wei say that he would personally escort the firepower generator at the post house. I don't know why the King of Wei was not among the people escorting the firepower generator in the afternoon." Wang Li knew that he had messed up this matter. Facing Wang Xinyuan's questioning, he asked for forgiveness in fear and trepidation. But at the end of the day, he still didn't know what went wrong. They had the upper hand in this matter, but why did they lose so badly in the end? I don't know why. You still don't know why we lost? You've been tricked by Li Tai. The news you overheard at the post house must have been fake news deliberately revealed to you by Li Tai. You and I have been tricked by this kid. Wang Xinyuan angrily slammed his fist on the table and said with a ferocious face. Hearing this, Wang Li's eyes widened. He subconsciously shook his head and said, "Young master, this is impossible. The King of Wei and the teacher from the academy do not know martial arts. They couldn't have found out that I was eavesdropping outside. I have absolute confidence in this." Absolute confidence? Then how do you explain this result to me? Wang Xinyuan glared at Wang Li and said angrily, "You thought that your martial arts were much better than the other party, so you underestimated your opponent. In the end, you were played like a fool and almost put my grandfather and me in danger. You have high standards but little ability." At this moment, Wang Xinyuan was a little disappointed. He wanted to train Wang Li to be his confidant, but in the end, this guy was just a simple-minded person with well-developed limbs. This made him very disappointed. Hearing the anger in Wang Xinyuan's words, Wang Li did not dare to refute. He lowered his head and did not say anything. Wang Xinyuan paused for a moment, then asked, "How are those people?" His tone was no longer as aggressive as before. After all, he also understood that if he wanted to complete his plan, he would have to rely on Wang Li in the future. He could not make their relationship too stiff now. Wang Li naturally understood the meaning of Wang Xinyuan's words. He thought for a moment and cupped his fists. Those 4 men of sacrifice have already died in the Sea of Fire, and there is nothing on them that can reveal their identities. As for Xing Lang, he was mainly responsible for capturing King Wei alive. However, when I found out that King Wei wasn't escorting the goods, I realized that something was wrong and immediately gave the order to retreat. However, Xing Lang was already surrounded by the Imperial Army. Just now, I received news that Xing Lang was sent to the relay station by the Imperial Army. Wang Xinyuan frowned and said, "Star Wolf? Who was he? Will he betray us?" Wang Li carefully replied. Replying to young master, Xing Lang is one of the assassins that the second elder has secretly nurtured over the years. Only this subordinate and the second elder know of his identity. All these years, Xing Lang and the others have undergone strict training. Furthermore, their families are in the hands of the second elder, so no matter what kind of torture the Imperial Army uses, Xing Lang will definitely not betray us. Chapter 1898. What? You actually sent Wang Li to burn Yanhuang College's supplies? In the Wang family ancestral residence, in a room in the backyard of the second branch, Wang Xinyuan told Wang Kuei about the plan to ambush Li Tai's group. Wang Kuei listened and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bastard! Nonsense! Didn't this old man tell you not to act rashly before establishing contact with the Turkic state preceptor or Xieli Kagan? Moreover, Taiyuan City is currently under martial law, and the city is filled with soldiers and yamen runners. If your actions are caught, you, me, and the second branch of the Wang clan will all be finished. It was your grandson who was rash. Please calm your anger, grandfather. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and cupped his hands at Wang Kuei, looking like a good boy who had done something wrong. Calm my anger. How do you expect this old man to calm down? Wang Kuei slapped the table and pointed at Wang Xinyuan. This old man gave the second branch's shadow guards to you, so that you could lead the second branch back to glory, not to destruction. If the Imperial Army and the provincial governor's residence find you, not just our second branch, but the entire Wang clan will suffer a calamity. In order to avoid being overheard, Wang Kuei deliberately lowered his voice despite his extreme anger. He had initially adopted Wang Xinyuan's plan and put Wang Xinyuan in charge of this plan only to revive the second branch. He had never thought of destroying the entire Wang clan. Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said softly, "Grandfather, rest assured. The imperial army only captured Xinglong. The rest of the people who participated in the ambush were all buried in the sea of fire. Xinglong is an assassin that you have painstakingly cultivated over the years. Grandson believes that the imperial army will not be able to get anything out of him." Xinglong? You still have the face to mention Xinglong to this old man? Also, how did you know that Xinglong is an assassin that this old man has cultivated? Wang Kuei was completely enraged, but at the same time, he still had a question in his mind. How did Wang Xinyuan know Xinglong's identity and mobilize him? Wang Xinyuan lowered his head and said nothing. Whether or not Wang Li was here, he could not possibly reveal Wang Li's identity because he had been trying to win people's hearts recently. But even if he didn't say it, Wang Kuei, who was old and shrewd, could roughly guess. It was only to see Wang Kuei's brows furrow and he said with a livid expression, "It's Wang Li. You actually allowed Wang Li to mobilize the Star Wolf. Haha. Good. Very good. How many days has it been since you were adopted into the second branch?" His wings had hardened. How dare you mobilize the assassins that this old man has secretly trained without permission? Then in a few days will you dare to order Wang Li to kill this old man so that you can take my place? At this moment, while Wang Kuei was angry and regretful, a sense of crisis finally rose in his heart. This was because Wang Xinyuan could mobilize Wang Li and Star Wolf behind his back today. Who knew if Wang Xinyuan would directly attack him or completely take over his position in the future? It had to be said that the speed of Wang Xinyuan's infiltration into Wang Kuei's forces made Wang Kuei feel a little fearful. Wang Xinyuan raised his head at this time and looked directly at Wang Kuei without avoiding. He said with a serious face, "Grandfather, you are my grandfather. I will never do anything to you." Previously, after Wang Li heard the news from the post house that Li Tai would personally escort the firepower generator, I felt that it was a good opportunity to break the situation. I also wanted to report to grandfather first, but the situation was urgent at that time. I had to let Wang Li prepare for the ambush first. Grandson has indeed overstepped his boundaries and acted rashly. Grandfather, please punish me. A good opportunity to break the situation? Humph. You really broke the situation by making such a fuss. However, you gave Li Tai and the others a chance to break the situation. Wang Kuei sneered and then said coldly, "I think you are getting bolder and bolder. From today onwards, you have no right to mobilize the secret guards of the second branch. You stay at home and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to go anywhere." Now that things had developed to this point, Wang Kuei really didn't dare to let Wang Xinyuan do whatever he wanted. Wang Xinyuan was really too bold. He was simply joking with the lives of everyone in the Wang family. But now that things had developed to this point, he couldn't do anything to Wang Xinyuan. He couldn't kill him quietly, right? This was the grandson he had just snatched from Wang Yu. Even if he regretted it at this time, he could only swallow the bitter fruit. Therefore, Wang Kuei decided to temporarily stop the plan and let Wang Xinyuan calm down to see what would happen next. No. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinyuan's attitude suddenly became tough. He looked at Wang Kuei with a firm face and said, "Grandfather, do you think that if you stop now, you and I can live in peace? It's impossible. There's no turning back. Since the moment we chose to rely on the Turks, there's no turning back. Especially now that Star Wolf has fallen into the hands of the Imperial Army. Even if he has undergone rigorous training before, he is always a hidden danger to us. As long as he is still alive, we will never be able to sleep and eat in peace. Only by successfully joining Khan Sheli and becoming his right-hand man can we completely get out of the current predicament. At this time, how can you let your grandson stop? What you're doing is driving the Wang family to a dead end." The plan to ambush Li Tai had failed. Although Wang Xinyuan felt regretful, he could also use this to kidnap Wang Kuei and make the latter stand firmly on the same front as him. Not only did he want to get Wang Kuei's full support, but he also wanted all the resources and power of the Wang family's second branch. especially those killers that Wang Kuei had secretly cultivated over the years. You! Wang Kuei was so angry that he was about to die. At this moment he finally understood what it meant to ask a tiger for its skin. Those who asked a tiger for its skin should be mentally prepared to be bitten by the tiger at any time. Wang Xinyuan the tiger was as docile as a kitten at the beginning, but now he had finally revealed his sharp fangs, which made Wang Kuei somewhat fearful. Although he was angry, Wang Kuei also understood that Wang Xinyuan's words were reasonable. There was no turning back. They had already attached themselves to the Turks through Guardian Zhao. Could they really stop now? In addition, at this time, he could not completely fall out with Wang Xinyuan, because he could hear a trace of determination in the latter's tone. If he really fell out with Wang Xinyuan, this guy might directly make the matter public and make a life-and-death struggle. At that time, the Wang family's second branch would only die faster. Forget it. Forget it. Seeing that you're doing this for the sake of the second branch, this old man will not punish you this time. You don't have to reflect on your mistakes in these few days. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuei suppressed the anger in his chest and sighed as if he had accepted his fate. Then he changed the topic and said, "But before you make any decision, you must discuss it with this old man. Don't make any more decisions without my permission. Otherwise, this old man can take back the secret guards in your hands at any time. Do you understand?" Seeing that Wang Kuei had compromised, Wang Xinyuan smiled inwardly. He did not want to push Wang Kuei too hard, so he cupped his hands and said, "This grandson understands. Thank you for your forgiveness, grandfather. You leave." Wang Kuei waved his hand at Wang Xinyuan rather tiredly. At this time, he had already begun to regret listening to Wang Xinyuan's slanderous words and mistakenly boarding the pirate ship. "Master, this subordinate has something to report." Wang Chenggu stood outside the study in the backyard of the Wang family's main house, knocked on the doorframe, and spoke respectfully inside. "Come in." Soon Wang Yu's voice came from inside the room. "Yes." Wang Chenggu did not enter immediately. He first turned his head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he pushed the door open and walked in, then closed the door again. "Chenggu, what's the matter?" At this time, Wang Yu was reviewing official documents sent by the local government in Sui Province. Counting the days, he had left Sui Province for nearly half a month, and there was a backlog of government affairs in the local government. Wang Yu looked up at Wang Chenggu and asked faintly. Then, he lowered his head and continued to review official documents. "Master, this subordinate has just received news that a fire suddenly broke out in the south of the city." Thick smoke billowed. An imperial guard was also at the scene at that time, and they also caught an unidentified man who seems to be an assassin. He has been escorted to the post house. Wang Chenggu cupped his hands and bowed. "What? Another assassin?" Hearing this, Wang Yu's right hand, which was reviewing official documents, could not help but tremble. A slanted red line suddenly appeared on the booklet. Speaking of which, Dugu Xian had just been assassinated in the city this morning, and the security patrols in the city had also been upgraded. How did another assassin pop out now? How could Wang Yu not be shocked and angry? Can you confirm that person is an assassin? Also, is King Wei in this imperial guard? Is His Highness injured? Wang Yu looked nervously at Wang Chenggu and asked in a deep voice. "We still can't confirm that person's identity." Wang Chenggu shook his head and said, "This subordinate has already sent someone to investigate. However, according to the report of my subordinates, His Highness King Wei was not among them. No one saw His Highness injured either. Please rest assured, family head." Hearing this, Wang Yu inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Li Tai was fine, everything else could be discussed. Also, this subordinate has discovered something else, but I don't know if I should say it. At this time, Wang Chenggu suddenly said hesitantly. Wang Yu frowned and said, "What is it? Speak quickly." Wang Chenggu thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Replying to Master, after the fire broke out in the south of the city, this subordinate saw Wang Li of the second branch return with some people in a hurry. This subordinate feels that they are a little... Who was Wang Yu? He had been an official for half his life. What had he not seen? Although Wang Chengwu's words were not complete, he understood what Wang Chenggu wanted to say. He put down the red brush in his hand and walked up to Wang Chenggu with a serious expression. You mean to say that the fire in the south of the city is very likely related to Wang Li? When he said this, even Wang Yu himself felt a little apprehensive. The implications of this matter were too great. If things were not handled properly, the entire Wang clan could be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 1899. This subordinate doesn't dare to be sure, but when I saw Wang Li and the others return, they all seemed to be in a hurry. This subordinate went forward to greet them, but they didn't respond and rushed straight to the second branch's courtyard. Wang Chenggu did not directly assert that there was a problem with Wang Li's group, but rather cautiously replied, "No, there must be a problem with Wang Li." Wang Yu's brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he said with certainty, "At noon, an imperial edict was sent to Taiyuan, and Fang Gongting successfully took over military authority in Bing province. The tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing province camp all poured out and spread throughout Taiyuan city. Afterward, this old man ordered the Wang clan's shadow guards to withdraw to the estate, leaving only a small number of people outside to gather information. For Wang Li to return at this time just in time for the fire in the southern part of the city, there must be a problem." Wang Yu had been an official for many years, and his sense of danger and conspiracy was far more sensitive than the average person's. Although he didn't have any direct evidence, he could conclude from Wang Chengwu's words that there was a problem with Wang Li. He didn't believe in coincidences, and he didn't believe that Wang Chenggu would hide such an important matter from him. Thus, he had already locked onto Wang Li's identity as a suspect. Has there been any unusual activity on Second Elder's side these past 2 days? Wang Yu quickly thought of the person behind Wang Li, Wang Kuei. If the fire in the southern part of the city was really Wang Li's doing, then the person behind Wang Li could not escape responsibility. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Chenggu naturally understood the meaning behind Wang Yu's words. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Ever since the second elder accepted the second young master, no Wang Shinun, ever since the second elder accepted Wang Shinun as his grandson, he has been staying in the residence without any unusual movements. However, yesterday morning Wang Xinyuan made a trip out of the residence. It is said that he went to the city to meet friends. But Wang Xinyuan has been imprisoned in the grievance hall for more than a year, and he has long lost contact with his former friends. This subordinate truly cannot think of anyone in Taiyuan City who could have such a deep friendship with Wang Xin." Speaking of Wang Xinyuan, Wang Chengwu's expression was somewhat unnatural. Just a few days ago, Wang Xinyuan was still called Wang Rennie, and he was still Wang Yu's biological son. But now, not only had Wang Rennie's name been changed, he had even severed his relationship with Wang Yu. He was truly worried that Wang Yu would lose control of his emotions upon hearing Wang Xinyuan's name. However, it turned out that he was overthinking things. With the survival of the entire clan at stake, Wang Yu had no time to care about personal feelings. He only wanted to do business properly and bring the Wang clan out of the quagmire as quickly as possible. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke. "Cheng Wu, from now on, you will personally lead a few experts to secretly monitor the second branch's every move. Whether it's Rennie, Wang Xinyuan or the second elder, once they do anything suspicious, report to me immediately." Wang Chenggu was a master of martial arts at the Grandmaster middle stage. He was the top fighter among the secret guards of the Wang family. Wang Yu was relieved to send him to monitor Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei. However, Wang Chenggu looked a little hesitant. He asked hesitantly, "Patriarch, do you really want to monitor the second branch? But if second elder finds out, I can't care about that now." Wang Yu knew what Wang Chenggu was going to say. He waved his hand and interrupted. "The situation in Taiyuan City is critical now. Although I don't know the background of the force hiding in the dark, it must be a hostile force of the imperial court. No one in the Wang family is allowed to collude with that force. Otherwise, the entire Wang family will be buried with him. At this time, I'd rather kill by mistake than miss out. If second elder finds out, tell him to come to me. If he's really magnanimous, I, Wang Yu, am willing to offer him a humble apology." The fire in the south of the city, Wang Li and the others had coincidentally returned home in a hurry. Furthermore, Wang Xinyuan had suddenly gone out yesterday, and Dugu Xian had been attacked by an assassin this morning. All these coincidences made Wang Yu feel extremely uneasy. At this time he had to show the courage of a family head. Otherwise, the Wang family might really be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing that Wang Yu had said this, Wang Chenggu did not dare to hesitate. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate obeys. I'll take some people to monitor second elder and Wang Xinin." After saying that, seeing that Wang Yu had no other instructions, Wang Chenggu cupped his fists and left. In the room, Wang Yu had long lost the mood to read the documents. He frowned and stared blankly in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, Wang Yu suddenly stood up and muttered, "This won't do. This old man has to go to the post house personally." After saying that, he flung his sleeves and walked out of the door. He had to find out why the fire suddenly broke out in the south of the city, and why the Imperial Army coincidentally appeared in the south of the city. Only by understanding these details could he better judge whether Wang Li was involved or not. Also, according to Wang Chenggu, the Imperial Army had captured someone alive. He wanted to know if the person captured by the Imperial Army was a hidden guard of the Wang family. More accurately, if he was a hidden guard of the Wang family's second branch, Wang Kuei. "Field Officer Sun, General Chiu invites you to his tent. He has something important to discuss." On the drill ground of the Black Armored Army, the soldiers of the various battalions were training in full swing under the scorching sun. Suddenly, a soldier from the 2nd Battalion jogged over from outside the drill ground and found Sun Tao, who was guiding the soldiers in their training. "I got it. Go back and report on the completion of the mission. I will go over after giving some instructions." Sun Tao frowned and looked expressionlessly at the tent on the west side of the drill ground before speaking to the soldier. "Yes." Seeing that he had received the order, the soldier didn't stay any longer and left. Sun Tao turned around and called for the deputy general of the camp to supervise the training of the soldiers. After which, he walked towards the tent on the west side of the drill ground. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zixuan joined the Black Armored Army and introduced the new drill, he had given the veterans of the 2nd Battalion a great deal of pressure. In the past, they might have been a little sloppy during training, but now, under the immense pressure exerted by Sun Tao, they didn't dare to be sloppy even if they wanted to. Greetings to the general. Arriving at Qiu Xingong's tent, Sun Tao greeted him as usual. However, at this moment he felt a little conflicted. This was because he could roughly guess the reason why Qiu Xingong called him over today. Sun Tao, you're here? There's no need to stand on ceremony, take a seat." Qiu Xingong was looking through the military documents previously. When Sun Tao came in, he had already noticed him. However, he still waited for Sun Tao to finish his greeting before putting down the documents in his hands and raising his head. "Thank you, General." Sun Tao thanked Qiu Xingong and did not stand on ceremony. He sat down on the seat to Qiu Xingong's left. Cough cough. Qiu Xingong coughed lightly and looked in the direction of the entrance of the tent. After that, he smiled and asked Sun Tao, "Field Officer Sun, the reason this old man called you here today is to ask you about the preparations of our 2nd Battalion for tomorrow's fighting competition." Sun Tao thought to himself that this was indeed the case, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong and said, "Replying to General, the entire 2nd Battalion has been training hard these few days. No one dares to slack off. In addition, most of the people in our battalion are veterans from the Black Armored Army, who have experienced hundreds of battles. I believe that in tomorrow's martial arts competition, our 2nd Battalion will definitely not lose to the 5th Battalion." Qiu Xingong didn't directly ask Sun Tao if the 2nd camp could win against the 5th camp. However, how could Sun Tao not understand what Qiu Xingong meant? He didn't hide anything and directly asked the question that Qiu Xingong was most concerned about. From this, it could be seen that even though Sun Tao was working for Qiu Xingong, his personality was still relatively straightforward and even a little arrogant. Good. I really didn't misjudge you." Hearing such a confident answer from Sun Tao, Qiu Xingong couldn't help but be pleased. He smiled and said, "For tomorrow's combat competition, send out all the experts from the 2nd camp. Don't worry about the other camps, just make sure that they win against the 5th camp. I will definitely make Li Zixuan lose all his face in tomorrow's combat competition." For this old fellow to say such words, he was truly shameless. Just like what Sun Tao had said earlier, the majority of the soldiers in the B Battalion were veterans of the Black Armored Army. No matter if it was personal strength or battle experience, they had an advantage over the group of new recruits in the E Battalion. This was not an evenly matched competition to begin with. However, Qiu Xingong seemed to be going all out and wanting to kill all of them. Furthermore, this old man did not feel that he had an unfair advantage at all. In any case, as long as he won, no matter how the process was, he would still be very happy. This general obeys. Sun Tao's skin wasn't as thick as Qiu Xingong's. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched and his face was a little embarrassed. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still cupped his fists and accepted the order. In fact, he had always wanted to win against the 5th camp fair and square. This kind of battle wasn't evenly matched to begin with. Even if he won, he wouldn't feel proud of it. Chapter 1900. In Qiu Xingong's tent in the camp of the Black Armored Army. Faced with Qiu Xingong's request, Sun Tao subconsciously rejected it. Not to mention that with his personality, he would never do such a thing. Even if he could get past him, he would not be able to get past the military law. The Black Armored Army was the most outstanding heavy cavalry force in Great Tang. The military law in the Black Armored Army was stricter than any other army. In the Black Armored Army, intentionally harming a fellow soldier would be punished according to the severity of the punishment. As for intentionally killing a fellow soldier, this was even more severe. The punishment would be death without any room for negotiation. Thus, even though Qiu Xingong was Sun Tao's superior, Sun Tao didn't dare to agree to such a request. Furthermore, under Qiu Xingong's instructions, Zhang Kongyan instigated a mutiny among the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. In the end, he was beheaded in front of everyone. This incident was still fresh in Sun Tao's mind. As Qiu Xingong's trusted aide, he knew better than anyone else who Zhang Kongyan was under. If he were to agree to Qiu Xingong's request, once the matter blew up, Duan Jixuan would definitely hold him accountable as a lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion. He dared to guarantee that Qiu Xingong wouldn't save him, nor would he be able to save him. He might very well follow in Zhang Kongyan's footsteps and become Qiu Xingong's scapegoat. According to the military law, intentionally killing a fellow soldier is indeed a capital offense. However, it also depends on the situation. In this martial arts competition, swords and spears have no eyes. It's normal for 1 or 2 mishaps to occur. Seeing that Sun Tao had rejected his request, a hint of displeasure flashed across Qiu Xingong's face. However, he quickly concealed it. He smiled and patted Sun Tao's shoulder before saying, "Besides, didn't Li Zixuan say that he would rather the soldiers sweat more on the training grounds and even suffer more injuries than losing their lives on the battlefield?" In the previous training in the Wu Battalion, because of Li Zixuan, how many soldiers were injured for no reason? At the end of the day, tomorrow's fighting competition is also a form of training. Why can't you let those 2nd Battalion experts be a little more heavy-handed? If you don't want to make a big deal out of this, you can also tell them that they only need to heavily injure the people of the Wu Battalion. There's no need to kill them. In this way, even if Li Zixuan knows that we're doing this on purpose, he won't be able to say anything. After all, the soldiers in the army have been injured a lot because of his new training exercises. Qiu Xingong, who was used to scheming, actually started to use it this time. As he said, it was Li Zixuan who suggested that the soldiers should not be afraid of getting hurt when they were injured. Because of this, many soldiers and horses in the Wu Battalion were injured. It was also because of this that Qiu Xingong had the idea of instigating a mutiny in the Wu Battalion. However, his original plan failed and he even lost one of his generals because of it. Furthermore, he even sent the 3rd Battalion to Li Zixuan's hands. This time he wanted to give Li Zixuan a taste of his own medicine. Not only would he make Li Zixuan lose all his face, he would also suffer unspeakable hardships. Sun Tao frowned and hesitated for a moment. Although Qiu Xingong had taken a step back, he still felt that this kind of underhanded trick was a little unfair, even if he won in the end. After all, the overall strength of the 2nd Battalion was much stronger than the Wu Battalion, of course. This was what Sun Tao thought. Chapter 1901. Wen Hao, I've already sent you the firepower generator and the telegraph transceiver. Now I'll have to trouble you to quickly assemble and debug them. Try to have the firepower generator up and running in 2 days. There are still some things I need to do at the post house, so I need to go back and take care of them. Once I'm done, I'll come back immediately. Taiyuan, Dragon Mountain. Under the protection of Dugu Fang and the other Imperial Army soldiers, Li Tai and the others finally transported the firepower generator and other equipment to the Boy Temple at the top of the mountain. After all the equipment had been properly installed, Li Tai said to Meng Wenhao. In the morning, after they had finalized the location of Dragon Mountain as the telegraph relay station, Meng Wenhao had remained on Dragon Mountain to coordinate the preliminary preparations. In the afternoon, when Li Tai and the others arrived at the Boy Temple again, the place had already undergone a complete makeover. Everything that needed to be cleaned had been cleaned, and the roof had been repaired. Most importantly, the Imperial Army had completed a comprehensive defense around Dragon Mountain, according to the terrain. In the ravines behind the boulders on the treetops and so on, there were Imperial Army spies hidden in every corner. The entire mountain had now become a solid iron bucket. Even a martial grandmaster like Wu Jia would not be able to quietly sneak into the Boy Temple from the foot of the mountain. In other words, unless there was a well-trained army of more than 5,000 people attacking the mountain at all costs, it would be impossible to take down the current Dragon Mountain. If a weaker army rashly attacked the mountain, they would only suffer heavy losses because they had no idea where there were traps or where the Imperial Army soldiers were hiding in the dark. And you can rest assured, although my experience in engineering projects is not as good as yours, these things won't be difficult for me. Besides, I have so many classmates helping me. Meng Wenhao nodded solemnly and promised. Then he looked at Li Tai and said with a serious face, Chinga, you should be more careful in the city. We've all heard about the assassination of General Dugu. I suspect that there's a group of people in Taiyuan City who don't want us to build a telegraph relay station. Qingke, your identity is special, so they will definitely find ways to make a move on you. It had been a long time since the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian in the morning. Although Meng Wenhao and the other students of Yanhuang Academy had been waiting here since they arrived at Dragon Mountain, they still heard the news of the assassination attempt on Dugu Xian. Those who could enter Yanhuang Academy were not stupid. They knew very well how dangerous the situation they were facing was. But even under such circumstances, not a single one of them wanted to withdraw out of fear. They were schoolmates, but at this moment, they were more like comrades in arms. In times of crisis, they helped each other and could trust each other with their backs. This was the golden generation of the Yanhuang Academy. In the future, when the Tang Empire defeated the Turks, there would definitely be a place for them in the history books. Wenhao, I'm relieved to hear your words. Li Tai smiled faintly, but his face was calm. He said, as for my safety, you don't have to worry. Now there are tens of thousands of soldiers in the Bing province barracks in the city. General Feiying and Iron Egg will also protect me at all times. It won't be easy for those rats hiding in the dark to hurt me. Our main task now is to build the telegraph relay station as soon as possible. The more those people don't want us to build it, the more we won't let them. If Dragon Mountain lacks anything, you can send someone down the mountain to inform Mr. Imochue. He will prepare it for you. Chapter 1902. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the post house in the city was not small. There were dozens of rooms of various sizes. In ancient times, a post house was similar to a modern-day guest house or hotel. It was used for officials who passed on official documents. Those who passed on information could also drink tea and change horses. With the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. A highly efficient post house could ensure that information was passed on in a timely and accurate manner. It was an important guarantee for victory in a war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the post house, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the post house. Of course, he did not chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's office paid for them to stay in the guest house temporarily. In any case, it did not matter where they stayed. Furthermore, the environment of the guest house was better than the post house. As such, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's office's work and moved to the guest house. The post house was completely occupied by the Yanhuang College teachers and students as well as the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment, his head was lowered and he did not move at all. As his face was completely covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Exine saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Exine. In truth, he had been supporting Dugu Exine the entire time. However, when they approached the prison, Dugu Exine told him to let go, so he did not continue to support him. At this moment, seeing the confusion in Dugu Exine's eyes as he looked at the assassin, he quickly explained in a low voice, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." After saying this, he quickly said to a soldier in the prison, "Go. Raise this fellow's head. Oh, and bring another chair over." Taiyuan was a big city in the north, so the post house in the city was naturally not small. There were dozens of big and small houses. In ancient times, post houses were similar to modern guest houses or hotels. They were for officials to pass on official documents and travel to and fro. Those who passed on messages could also drink tea and change horses here. With the first generation of the Tang dynasty, the post house system was already very developed and there were many of them. The efficient operation of the post house could ensure the timely and accurate transmission of information. It was an important guarantee for victory in the war. Ever since Li Tai and the others entered the city and decided to stay in the inn, Wang Liaoyuan had people clear out all the guests in the inn. Of course, he didn't chase them out directly. Instead, the provincial governor's estate paid for them to stay in the inn. After all, it didn't matter where they stayed. Moreover, the environment of the inn was better than the post house. Therefore, the original guests in the post house cooperated with the provincial governor's work and moved to the inn. The post house was completely occupied by the teachers and students of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army. The security of the post house was also fully taken over by the Imperial Army. This place had already been turned into a military base. In a secret room on the east side of the post house, the Imperial Army had already turned it into a temporary prison. A man with disheveled hair was tied to a wooden frame. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and his clothes were torn in many places due to the whipping. At this moment, his head was lowered and he didn't move at all. As his face was covered by his hair, no one could tell if he was unconscious or awake. That was the scene Dugu Exine saw when he walked into the cell. Zhang Dafu stood beside Dugu Exine and explained, "General, this fellow is not unconscious. However, no matter how we beat him, he did not make a sound. It was as if the punishment did not fall on him." Chapter 1903. Wang Family Head, I'm truly sorry. This junior was busy interrogating the assassin and didn't want to keep you waiting outside, so I could only have you come here. Please forgive me. Wang Yu appeared at the door of the cell. Dugu Exine was about to stand up to welcome him, but Zhang Dafu quickly helped him up. Dugu Exine steadied himself and gestured for Zhang Dafu to step aside before politely cupping his fists at Wang Yu. Even though he had previously suspected that Star Wolf came from the Wang clan, it was only a suspicion without any concrete evidence. Moreover, when Dugu Feiying had been searching for Zhu Xiachang and Kong Chang'an in Source Peak City, Wang Yu had helped him quite a bit. Thus, when facing Wang Yu, Dugu Exine was still as polite as before. Honorable nephew Dugu must be joking. This old man should be the one bothering you. Wang Yu did not put on airs and instead affectionately called him honorable nephew. The Wang family of Taiyuan and the Dugu clan of Luoyang could be considered old friends. As an elder, it was reasonable for Wang Yu to call Dugu Exine honorable nephew. After this polite exchange, Wang Yu looked at Dugu Exine and asked with concern, "Honorable nephew, you've just been cured of the poison. Are you all right now?" "Thanks to Uncle Wang, I'm fine now. I also have to thank Uncle Wang for inviting the divine doctor to treat me. Otherwise, this junior really might not have been able to wake up." Dugu Exine solemnly cupped his fists at Wang Yu. Since Wang Yu had addressed him as nephew, it wouldn't be too much for him to address him as uncle. Furthermore, Dugu Exine had already heard about what had happened at the post house this morning from the people around him. He knew that if Wang Yu hadn't invited the best, and also the most difficult to invite, physician in Taiyuan Gong Sun Liang, there was a high chance that he would have died from the poison by now. Thus, from a certain perspective, Wang Yu could be considered his savior. If he still coldly called Wang Yu Wang family head, it would be a little too unreasonable. Haha, that's good. That's good. Dugu Xian addressing him as uncle made Wang Yu heave a sigh of relief. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Now, he could naturally ask Dugu Xian to help him investigate the identity of the captured assassin. This old man just received news that a fire broke out in the south of the city, and the Imperial Army happened to capture someone at the scene. This old man was worried about your highness' safety, so I came to take a look. Oh right. Just now my nephew said that he was interrogating the assassin. Could it be that the person the Imperial Guard caught in the southern part of the city was the assassin? Is His Highness doing well? Wang Yu remembered the purpose of his visit and the words Dugu Xian had said at the beginning. His expression was shocked, and he cupped his hands at Dugu Xian as he looked around the cell. He looked around and saw that there was another person hanging on the rack. It was Star Wolf. However, Star Wolf had lowered his head again. His messy hair easily covered his face, so Wang Yu couldn't see his face clearly. Dugu Xian followed Wang Yu's gaze, paused for a moment, then turned his head and replied, Uncle Wang is not an outsider, so this junior will tell you the truth. Earlier, His Highness and Flying Eagle brought people to escort a batch of important resources from Yanhuang College to Longshan. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed in a small alley in the south of the city. The enemy used 4 burning carriages to attack the convoy from the front and back. At the critical moment, Flying Eagle could only order the soldiers to scatter in all directions to save their lives, and the resources of the college were all burned. Amidst the chaos, an assassin flew over and tried to kidnap your highness. Look, this is the assassin. As he spoke, Dugu Xian pointed at Star Wolf on the rack. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally understood what had happened in the small alley, in the south of the city 15 minutes ago. However, at this time he couldn't care less about the assassin. He only wanted to know how Li Tai was doing. Thus, he hurriedly asked with a nervous expression, How is His Highness now? This old man didn't see His Highness at the inn? Chapter 1904. Uncle is experienced and knowledgeable, yet you don't recognize this person. Could it be that this person isn't from Taiyuan? Taiyuan courier station in a prison cell. Hearing Wang Yu say that he had never seen Star Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. There was no expression on his face, but he inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Dugu Xian turned his head and said to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze was like lightning. His eyes had actually been fixed on Star Wolf this entire time. Although Star Wolf didn't show any particular expression after hearing his words, he still felt that it was somewhat strange. Generally speaking, a person's thoughts would often inevitably affect the expression on their face and eyes. No matter how well they controlled their expression and eyes, it was impossible for there to be no change at all. Just now, Wang Yu had clearly seen a hint of relief flash across Star Wolf's face, as well as a hint of relief in his eyes. The change was very small, but Wang Yu had come to the courier station with a goal in mind. From the moment he entered the prison cell, his eyes had been fixed on Star Wolf. Naturally, Wang Yu had caught the slight change in Star Wolf's expression and eyes. Not necessarily. After a moment of silence, Wang Yu shook his head and said to Dugu Xian, This old man isn't in Taiyuan all year round. How could I dare say that I know everyone in Taiyuan City? However, since this assassin is in our hands, nephew can use torture on him. Do you think he won't reveal his identity under torture? Dugu Xian sighed and said, Uncle may not know, but before you came, this junior had already ordered people to use all kinds of torture on this fellow. However, this fellow's mouth was tight, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Thus, this junior guesses that this person is an assassin specially trained by some faction. Only someone who has undergone a long period of cruel and harsh training would be able to be like him, unafraid of pain and death. Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this. There's actually such a thing? An assassin? According to what you said, even if this person isn't an assassin, he should be a specially trained death warrior. The person behind him must be quite powerful. At the same time, Wang Yu felt that his guess was getting closer and closer to reality. The assassin in front of him was so well trained that he clearly wasn't someone a small faction could train. And who was the largest faction in Taiyuan City? It was the Wang family. This meant that the assassin on the gallows was most likely someone secretly groomed by the Wang family's second elder, Wang Kai. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Dugu Xian did not have time to react. Instead, Star Wolf lowered his eyes. He did not dare to look at Wang Yu again because he was afraid of exposing himself. Uncle's words are exactly what I was thinking. Dugu Xian nodded his head in approval. This person is so well trained, so the person behind him must be extraordinary. It's just that we've used all kinds of torture on him, but he still refuses to say anything. I wonder if Uncle has a good plan? In fact, from the moment Wang Yu stepped into the prison cell, Dugu Xian had been probing the relationship between Wang Yu and Star Wolf. Up until now, Dugu Xian had basically confirmed that Wang Yu really didn't know Star Wolf. This was the intuition of a martial artist. Unless Wang Yu's acting skills were so superb that he could deceive the eyes of a martial scholar, Dugu Xian did not believe that his judgment would be wrong. Therefore, Dugu Xian was sincerely seeking advice from Wang Yu, hoping to find a way to break out of this situation. Chapter 1905. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left his cell, Dugu Xian also left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier. After returning to his room, he sat down and asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder. In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Xian still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the 2 sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left, which made Dugu Xian even more suspicious. Thus, it was imperative to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Yes. Zhao Eru cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Seeing that Dugu Xian had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? After Wang Yu left, Dugu Xian left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, General, based on what this subordinate knows, Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's heart moved. After pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Eru, go investigate this Wang Li's identity and see if he's related to this Wang clan's second elder. In the matter of investigating the identity of the assassin, Wang Yu could be said to have contributed both in terms of strategy and effort. As a result, it was basically ruled out that the assassin was related to Wang Yu. However, Dugu Xian still felt that Wang Yu seemed to know something and was hiding something from him. Especially the 2 sentences Wang Yu had asked Star Wolf before he left. It made Dugu Xian even more suspicious. Therefore, it was very necessary to investigate the identities of Wang Li and Wang Kuei first. Here. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and accepted the order. Seeing that Dugu Xian had no other orders, he turned and left. Who are Wang Li and Wang Kuei? In Source Peak Courier Station, after Wang Yu left, Dugu Xian left his cell with the help of an imperial army soldier and returned to his room. After sitting down, he asked Zhao Eru, the imperial army soldier who had helped him back. Zhao Eru had come with Dugu Fang to Source Peak City to gather intelligence and eliminate hidden threats, so he had a relatively good understanding of the situation in the city. Upon hearing this, he replied, General, based on what this subordinate knows, this Wang Kuei is the second elder of the Wang clan and belongs to the second branch of the Wang clan. But this subordinate has never heard of this Wang Li. Should this subordinate go and investigate? The second elder of the Wang clan? Chapter 1906. This old man, who this old man is, isn't important. What is important is that this old man has intercepted an urgent report. This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei, and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. General, please quickly open the gates and do not delay this important military mission. Outside the western gate of Taiyuan City, the burly man dressed in coarse brown robes looked up at the captain of the Bing province barracks and loudly shouted, "This matter concerns the life and death of His Highness King Wei, and the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City?" Heh! What bold words! The captain had originally believed that this old man had important information to report, but after hearing the old man's words, he snorted derisively. Taiyuan City was the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Its walls were tall and thick, and the city had tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Most importantly, Taiyuan City was not on the border, and was surrounded by other provinces and counties. If Taiyuan City encountered an emergency, the soldiers of the other provinces and counties would rush to the rescue. In these circumstances, the captain truly did not believe that anyone could threaten the lives of the several 100,000 people of Taiyuan City. You should go back. In consideration of your age, this general will not lower himself to your level. If you continue to shout and pester endlessly, don't blame this general for having you arrested and charged with the crime of colluding with the enemy. The lieutenant on the city gate tower had a cold expression as he pointed at the old man below the city and shouted, "Colluding with the enemy? When did this old man collude with the enemy? Let this old man into the city and take this old man to see His Highness King Wei. At that time, His Highness will judge whether or not this old man has colluded with the enemy." Being accused of colluding with the enemy for no reason, the old man was instantly enraged. However, he also understood what was the most important thing at this time, so he resisted the urge to scold and shouted at the lieutenant. "Humph! Is His Highness someone you can see just because you want to? Don't make so much noise. Do you believe that this general won't have you arrested?" The captain coldly said. Although his words were somewhat impolite, there was actually nothing wrong with them. Not to mention that the situation in the city was urgent. Even if it was during normal times, he couldn't just casually bring someone to see Li Tai just because they said that they had important matters to discuss, right? If the other party wanted to harm Li Tai, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, he only wanted to scare the old man and drive him away. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. The old man was not afraid at all. He raised his head and rebuked angrily, "I do have urgent information to report to King Wei. If you don't believe me, then arrest me. If I delay the military mission, will His Highness spare you? How can the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City spare you?" Seeing that the old man wasn't scared away by him and instead refused to give up, he was a little angry and said, "Fine. Good. Men, arrest this man and bring him to the provincial governor's office for him to deal with." "Lieutenant, this?" The soldier beside the commandant of the city gate tower was somewhat hesitant. After all, if the old man really had important information and they captured him, then they would be in deep trouble. "What? Are you not going to listen to me? This was a military order. Take him down." The commandant glared at him, and the soldier didn't dare to say anything else. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Understood." Not long after, the city gate opened and 4 or 5 soldiers came out and came to the old man. The old man glared at them and a fierce aura spread out. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect this old man to be a martial artist. Chapter 1907. This old man went hunting in the mountains this morning, and was lucky enough to encounter a few wild geese returning to the south. Just as I was about to draw my bow and shoot down one of them, I unexpectedly missed. Who would have thought that a white pigeon would fly in from the southeast direction? My arrow hit the carrier pigeon without missing a beat. This old man thought that it was just an ordinary pigeon, but to his surprise, the pigeon had a letter tied to its leg. When I opened it, I saw that the letter was written in Turkic script. In the past, Lao Fu followed General Qin and fought with the Turks on the grassland many times, so I can be considered to know some of the characters there. The Great Tang's King of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. Once this station is completed, the Tang army will be able to communicate with each other anywhere on the steppe and send news back to Chang'an in an instant. This will pose an enormous threat to our Turks. This subject earnestly requests that the Great Khan dispatch 10,000 wolf cavalry to quietly infiltrate the Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. This subject is confident that we can capture Taiyuan City in half a day. At that time, we can capture the Great Tang's King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College and have them work for our Turks. After this old man read this letter, he felt that this matter was of great importance and rode to Taiyuan City to report to Your Highness. To his surprise, Taiyuan City was already under martial law, making it difficult for this old man to enter without revealing his identity. I could only have the city guards bring this old man into the city. I didn't think that I would run into Your Highness the moment I entered the city. Taiyuan Courier Station. In a quiet room, Li Tai, Dugu Xian, Dugu Fang, Iron Egg, Ing Chui, and Han Tianhu were seated. Once everyone was seated, Han Tianhu got straight to the point, explaining his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Everyone couldn't help but grimace. It was clear that they had all realized the gravity of the situation. Dugu Xian was the first to speak. Lord Han, might I ask where this secret letter is? Although they had all learned of Han Tianhu's identity from Li Tai's introduction and knew that with Han Tianhu's identity, it was impossible for him to lie about something like this. However, it was precisely because of how important this matter was that they needed to see for themselves. Han Tianhu reached into his inner pocket and took out a small piece of paper. He then stood up and handed it to Li Tai. This is the secret letter from the carrier pigeon. Please take a look. Li Tai received it with both hands. He opened it and saw a few lines of small characters. However, he did not understand the Turkic language, so he could not tell what it was. Thus, he turned to Dugu Xen and asked, "Does General Dugu know the Turkic language?" As the commander of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xen had to maintain the safety of the palace. He had to deal with foreign spies on a daily basis, so he naturally understood the Turkic language. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "This general understands a little." Li Tai handed the piece of paper over to Dugu Xen. "General Dugu, please take a look. Here." Dugu Xen did not waste any time on pleasantries. He took the paper and began to carefully read it. Everyone looked over, and after a while, Dugu Xen put away the paper, raised his head, and solemnly cupped his fists to Li Tai. "Your Highness, the contents of this letter are exactly the same as what Lord Han said." Oh. Chapter 1908. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we must also capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xen was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he was naturally the one to complete the two missions Mo Chue spoke of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing province governor's residence to warn the four provinces to be more vigilant. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xen. Dugu Xen slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy to the north, Dugu Xian should naturally complete the two tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He saluted Li Tai and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the Bing Province governor's residence to warn these four provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, although we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan, it doesn't mean that the people in the government office or the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to the previous aimless search, at least we have a clear target now. As long as we find out Zhao Diyan's background, it will be easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that one person must have heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. As the highest military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, Dugu Xian should naturally complete the two tasks mentioned by Mo Chue. He cupped his fists to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately notify Governor Wang. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the Bing Province barracks name to warn the four provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these four provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we investigate Zhao Diyan's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is someone who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Source Peak courier station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Source Peak City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow him to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xian was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the two missions Mo Chue had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out Zhao Diyan's background, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Exine was the highest-ranking military officer in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the Provincial Governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the Provincial Governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture Zhao Diyan in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Exine was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the Academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chui had spoken of. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, This prince needs to be informed. Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the Imperial Army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Source Peak City, nor can we find the mastermind behind this. We need to borrow the strength of the Provincial Governor's residence and the Bing Province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng Province, Shang Province, Yun Province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the Provincial Governor's residence to warn the 4 provinces to increase their vigilance. If the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Diyan doesn't mean that the people in the Bing Province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Diyan is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Diyan. Who is it? Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Exan. Dugu Exan slowly said, The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu. Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chui couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Dian as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, we will have no end of trouble. Dugu Xian was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Lord Han's words are reasonable. In the secret room of Taiyuan Courier Station, Mo Chue couldn't help but nod. This is no longer just a matter of Yanhuang College. It concerns the dignity of the Great Tang and the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Taiyuan City. We must make plans as soon as possible. We must not only prevent the Turkic army from sneaking into the Great Tang, but we also need to capture this Zhao Dian in the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if we allow this person to stir up trouble in the shadows, there will be no end of trouble. Dugu Xian was the highest military commander in charge of escorting the academy north, so he naturally had to complete the 2 missions Mo Chue had mentioned. He clasped his fist to Li Tai and sternly said, "Your Highness, this general believes that we should immediately inform Provincial Governor Wang of this matter. The strength of the imperial army alone cannot guarantee the safety of the people of Taiyuan City, nor can we find the mastermind behind the scenes. We need to borrow the strength of the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province barracks. On the one hand, we need to dispatch people to Feng province, Shang province, Yun province, and Yuzhou, using the name of the provincial governor's residence to warn these 4 provinces to be more vigilant. This is because if the Turkic army wants to sneak into the Great Tang, it will most likely pass through these 4 provinces. On the other hand, just because we haven't heard of this Zhao Dian doesn't mean that the people in the Bing province barracks haven't heard of him. Compared to our previous aimless search, at least we now have a clear target. As long as we find out who this Zhao Dian is, it will be much easier to find him. Moreover, I believe that there is one person who has definitely heard of Zhao Dian. Who is it?" Hearing that, everyone in the room turned their gazes to Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian slowly said, "The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu." Oh. Chapter 1909. "Father, since you've come to Taiyuan City, why don't you stay here for a while?" After a short discussion, Li Tai went to his room to send a message. Dugu Xian took a carriage and a group of guards to the Wang family's ancestral home. Mo Chue followed the original plan and bought supplies for the students on Dragon Mountain with the academy's teachers. Iron Egg had nothing to do for the time being. In other words, everyone deliberately left space for the father and son to reunite. When Iron Egg saw Han Lijing come to the courier station, he was naturally very happy. However, when Han Lijing arrived at the courier station, everyone began to discuss. Until now, the father and son had not had time to say a word. Now that they finally had a moment of leisure, Iron Egg followed Han Lijing to a large ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Then he opened his mouth and asked casually, "Speaking of which, it had not been long since the father and son last met. More than a month ago, Li Zishuan led the Sky Rooster Brigade to the north to exterminate the locusts. They passed by Yifang County where Han Lijing lived. At that time, the father and son were reunited for a few days. Although they had just reunited more than a month ago, Iron Egg was still somewhat dissatisfied. This was because the father and son of other families could reunite almost every day. He really did not understand why his father did not stay at home and had to go to Ifong County, which was so far away, to buy a manor and become a landlord. This child's thoughts could not be blamed. After all, he had lost his mother when he was young. His father was often away at war, and he relied on his sister's efforts to raise him. Later, when Han Lijing returned to the Han family manor, their family's life gradually improved. Although they could not be said to be rich, at least the family was reunited. Later, Han Yushi married into the Li family, and Han Lijing went to Ifong County to buy a manor and become a landlord. For Iron Egg, the two people he relied on the most in his life gradually distanced from him. This made him feel as if he had suddenly become a loner. This kind of separation was too cruel for a youth who had not yet reached the age of 20. Yes. Hearing his son's question, Han Lijing nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Your father originally planned to return after delivering the secret letter to His Highness. However, from what you said just now, Taiyuan City is now extremely dangerous. You and King Wei both came to Taiyuan with important tasks. Those enemies are all watching you covetously from the shadows. If your father did not know this, then it would be fine. But now that I know, how can I leave with peace of mind? Before you find the power behind the scenes, or you can safely leave Taiyuan City, this old man will stay with you in this courier station." Before receiving the secret letter, Han Lijing had never imagined that Iron Egg would be in Taiyuan with Li Tai and the others on important matters, nor would he have imagined that they would be facing a crisis of life and death. At this moment, Han Lijing only rejoiced that he had unexpectedly obtained the secret letter to the steppe. Otherwise, he might not have received any news of Iron Egg's death. In addition, Han Lijing had accompanied Qin Qiong to the north to attack the Turks. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, he naturally knew martial arts. Although his martial arts were not as freakish as Li Zishuan's, he was still stronger than the majority of the estate soldiers. Otherwise, he would not have become Qin Qiong's personal guard. Now that he knew that his son was in danger, Han Lijing naturally had to stay behind to protect Iron Egg. Hearing that, Bruiser could not hide his excitement and said, "Great, great! I will go and help you tidy up a room." After saying that, Iron Egg immediately turned around and prepared to tidy up the room. However, he was stopped by Han Lijing. Han Lijing said, "This is not urgent. We have to prepare first. When your highness goes to the provincial governor's mansion, we will follow you." "Oh, okay." Tai Dan recovered from his excitement and quickly nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the boy in front of him who was already as tall as his chest, Han Lijing felt a little emotional. His heart was very complicated. He felt gratified and a little guilty. After staring at him for a while, Han Lijing said, "Iron Egg, I am very gratified that you can represent the academy and serve the country. You have grown up." Indeed, in the past, Iron Egg was just a little boy in the Han village who often played with mud and crickets in the fields with a group of naughty children. Now only a little more than a year had passed. Not only did he become the disciple of a famous teacher, but he also made great achievements in his studies. Now he represented Yanhuang College and went to Taiyuan to build a telegraph relay station for the Tang Empire. Although he was not a pillar of the country, he was still a useful person to the country. How could Han Lijing not be gratified by such a big change? However, at the same time, Han Lijing also felt a little guilty. Because he had moved to Ifong County at the beginning of the year, the father and son had been apart for more than half a year. To a certain extent, he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a father. To be able to receive his father's praise, Tai Dan would be lying if he said that he wasn't happy. However, he didn't get carried away and said modestly, "Father, this is nothing. Actually, my sister and I have always hoped that you would move back to the Han family manor." Obviously, this last sentence was what Iron Egg wanted to say the most. Han Lijing was stunned and his eyes were a little dazed. After a while, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, "Brat, how could I not want to move back to the Han village? It's just that the matter in Willow Village is not completely finished. The sewage discharged from Xiaoshuan's mine still affects the surrounding villages. After I have completely treated the sewage there according to Xiaoshuan's method, I will move back to the Han village." In fact, when Han Lijing went to Ifong County to buy property, other than to treat the polluted water of the surrounding villages because of Li Zishuan's mine, There was another important reason. It was to guard the graves of his comrades who had died in battle. 50 miles north of Ifong County, at the foot of White Mountain, there was a graveyard for thousands of people. Buried there were all heroes who died in battle during the 4 years of Wuda, when Li Shimin led the army to attack the Turks in the north. Although Han Lijing had left the army long ago, he could never give up the brotherhood deep in his heart. Father, is what you said true? After hearing that Han Lijing would move back to Lantian County after treating the sewage around the mine, Iron Egg was overjoyed. He looked up at Han Lijing and asked, "Of course it's true." Han Lijing sighed in his heart and then said, "All right, brat. Now is not the time to reminisce. His Highness should be done sending the telegram soon. Go pack up and get ready. Also see if General Feng needs any help. We should set off in a while." "Yes, Father," Iron Egg replied and happily turned to leave. Although the current situation in Taiyuan City was unclear, and they did not know how many dangers were hidden around them, this did not stop Iron Egg from feeling happy at this moment.